Chapter 1374. Xiaqin. Qing Yang exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Young master, you're so naive. Xiaqin was killed by the successor of the Ghost Clan a long time ago. Saintess Qi Luo was the one who told me about it. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Ling Xiao turned to look at Qi Luo. Qi Luo immediately understood what he meant and walked to the front of the Massacre Divine Hall's experts. "Seniors, 300 years ago, Qing Yang threatened me with the Jade Lake sacred ground and forced me to severely injure Xiaqin. This ghost pearl was obtained by Palace Master Xiaqin after he killed the third successor of the Ghost Clan. I swear on my Dao heart that what Qi Luo said today is true." "Ha ha ha! Qi Luo, you're so stubborn. You betrayed Xiaqin, and now you're betraying me." The Massacre Divine Hall's elders fell silent again when they heard Qi Luo's words. They had their suspicions about what happened 300 years ago. However, Qing Yang was too ruthless. Now that he had the support of the first elder, no one in the Massacre Divine Hall dared to go against him. Moreover, Xiaqin was dead, and Qing Yang had proven his innate talent in the past 300 years. If they followed him, the Massacre Divine Hall would be able to regain its glory. "Qing Yang, you're despicable and shameless. Even if I die today, I'll avenge Xiaqin." Qi Luo was agitated. She suddenly lifted her hand and took a white jade hairpin off her head and crushed it. Instantly, a piercingly cold, murderous aura descended with a loud rumble. Runes appeared and divine radiance gushed out. The entire space instantly collapsed. This is the Massacre God Seal. The Massacre God Seal. Why is this seal in Qi Luo's hands? This time the Massacre Divine Hall's elders could no longer maintain their calm. This seal was left behind by the Massacre God. Not only did it contain the ancient Massacre God's inheritance, but it was also a symbol of the Massacre Divine Hall's master's identity. "Elders, this seal was given to me by Xiaqin when he was alive. Now, I'm returning it to his descendants. I hope you can follow the teachings of the Massacre Divine Hall's ancestors and recognize who the master of the Massacre Divine Hall is." Qi Luo's eyes were red. She turned to Yui. "Senior Yu, may I ask who's Miss Ya? Give it to me." Bai Ling said indifferently. She raised her hand and snatched the Killing God imprint. She and Ling Xiao both held the soul seal, so Yu Yi and Xia Jiming didn't dare to refute at all. After doing all this, Qi Luo heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Qi Luo, you are still so innocent." From the beginning until the end, Qing Yang didn't panic at all, and there was even a wisp of ridicule on his face. "If you had taken out this seal 300 years ago and told these lies, perhaps you might have been able to elect a puppet to the position of the god of Slaughter Palace's master. But now—" Qing Yang shook his head and raised his head to look at the black-clothed young man. "The God-killing palace belongs to me, Qing Yang. Ling Xiao, I will give you a choice. Scram or die. I promised Xiaqin that I would help him take back the Killing God Palace." Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent, and there was not much surprise in his eyes. Given Qin Yang's temperament and means, 300 years was enough for him to turn the Killing God Palace into a sect that truly belonged to him. The reason why Ling Xiao spent so much effort to find Qi Luo and Yu was because he wanted to have a legitimate reason to kill Qin Yang and put the blame on the Realm Lord's palace. As for loyalty, it was just that they didn't have enough bargaining chips to betray him. As long as Qin Yang died, these experts of the Killing God Palace would eventually kneel at the feet of the victor. "Ling Xiao, I heard that you have the reputation of being invincible in your generation. If you die in the hands of the God-killing Palace's prime, I'm afraid the Ling people will not let this matter rest. Why don't we make a bet?" Qing Yang smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but it didn't mean that he dared to kill Ling Xiao. Especially now that the Realm Lord was missing, the 7 palace masters were in seclusion, and even Snowy Young Lord was enduring and keeping a low profile, he naturally didn't dare to touch the bottom line of the Ling people. Oh, what are we betting on? Ling Xiao stood in the void, surrounded by divine radiance, and had an extraordinary bearing. His smile was thought-provoking. This was indeed the trick of villains. They always liked to bet on battles. If a first-grade Saint Realm expert was a man of heaven's mandate, Ling Xiao would have to be careful. However, a villain without any destiny, what right did he have to be so arrogant in front of him? You and I will fight. If you lose, get lost. If I lose, I will give you the position of Killing God Palace Master. Qin Yang smiled domineeringly. As everyone knew, the difference between the Saint Realm and the Venerated Realm was like heaven's punishment. Those below the Saint Realm were all mortals. Even if Ling Xiao's battle prowess was heaven-defying and unparalleled, how could he contend against him? Moreover, the Shadow Soul Palace's methods had never been used in front of others. It was a supreme ability passed down from the Shadow Soul Palace Master. Even in the Saint Realm, it was difficult for anyone to block it. I don't care about the position of Killing God Palace Master. Today you must die. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took a step forward. 7-colored mist suddenly gushed out from his body, forming a river of stars that fell straight towards Qin Yang. The sky collapsed, and tens of thousands of Daos fell silent. Tens of thousands of Daos gathered into a palm, imprisoning heaven and earth and suppressing all life. Time, void, darkness, and flames appeared alternately. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to see an entire river of epics intertwined into billions of stars in the palm print. It was indescribably mysterious and vast. The scene was simply too shocking. At this moment, even the contempt in Qin Yang's eyes froze in an instant. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The vast sea of stars falling from the sky was even more spectacular than the meteor shower he had seen with his sister before. Humph! A mere Venerated Realm expert wants to kill a Saint Realm expert. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at the palm print falling from the sky. A glint of battle intent gradually lingered in his eyes. For the past 300 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the Green Jade Mountain and had never fought with anyone of the same generation. Now it seemed that there were indeed many monsters in this chaotic world. Buzz! There was also tens of thousands of rays of light around Qin Yang. In his hand, a sparkling and translucent spirit saber appeared out of thin air. The sea of stars was multicolored and transformed into a divine sword that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was incomparably murderous and slashed at the spirit palm with the momentum of splitting open the sky. Heaven and earth were split apart. A thick and majestic saber aura swept across the sky and shattered countless stars. The sky was filled with splendor like fireworks in a flourishing age. It was shocking. At this moment, even the experts who had stepped into the Venerated Realm had a look of intense shock on their faces. It was too terrifying. The combat strength of these two monsters of the current generation was simply too terrifying. This kind of terrifying heavenly momentum that couldn't be stopped by tens of thousands of enemies was really similar to the grand occasion when the various races went on an expedition 100,000 years ago. Qin Yang stood in front of the hall calmly with a faint arrogance on his face. Even if Ling Xiao's immortal appearance was unparalleled, but he was still only in the Venerated Realm. As long as he slightly used a trace of the power of the sacred runes, all the attacks would be destroyed. Buzz! However, just as the saber aura was about to cut down the stars and destroy the spirit seal, a loud and clear sword hum was suddenly heard from the end of the sea of stars, intimidating the clouds, sharp for eternity. Chapter 1375. Qin Yang frowned and looked up into the sky. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that in the sea of stars, 10 sword shadows were like torrents of sword chi. They carried a sword momentum that could annihilate everything as they descended from the sky. Buzz! The 10 swords wriggled and let out a deafening buzz. What was even more terrifying was that the 10 swords were surrounded by completely different rules of order. Thousands of strange phenomena alternated where the sword marks passed. There seemed to be a chaotic mist rising quietly in front of everyone's eyes. And in the mist, one could vaguely see many divine figures standing tall. Endless Tao sounds resounded for thousands of miles. It was like a sacrifice of gods and immortals, making people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After the 10 swords, Ling Xiao stepped forward. His black robe fluttered. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes seemed to be filled with the purest divinity. He was like a sword immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Wherever his gaze landed, the heavenly might would be vast. This is... Qingyang's expression turned serious again. He could feel that the 10 ancient swords in front of him had all reached the Saint Realm. Not to mention that these 10 swords were the best treasures in the world. Just the spiritual force of the swords alone was vast and terrifying. As expected of the young master of the Ling people, such a sword posture is enough to look down on his generation. But at this moment, Qingyang still didn't show much fear on his face. With Ling Zhao's strength, it wasn't that he couldn't kill saints, but at most he could kill fake saints. But Qingyang was a peerless genius who had truly passed the saint tribulation and formed a saint pattern. Qingyang had the inheritance of the 7 sacred halls and Shadow Soul Hall. He had a background that could suppress an entire world. Why would he need to worry about a young master of the Ling people? Buzz! The world suddenly buzzed. Qingyang held the ancient sword horizontally in his hand. A surge of saint intent suddenly condensed, and the ancient sword in his hand shot out 100-foot-long spiritual light. The dazzling golden light pierced through the clouds and shattered the universe. It was like an ancient divine weapon that could split the world. In fact, just one look could make people's eyes hurt and their hearts tremble. A Saint Realm cultivator's flesh and blood spiritual energy had already shed their mortal aura and transformed into a saint that was one with heaven and earth. It was clear that the Saint Realm pressure of this Shadow Soul Palace successor was far stronger than the sect elders from before. Boom! Qingyang slashed out with his saber, and the terrifying fluctuations of order turned into an unparalleled sharpness that collided with the 10 ancient swords. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and the vast power swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared on the entire Qingyao mountain at that moment. Clang, clang! The 10 sacred swords came into contact with the blade, one after another. Vaguely, the power of the blade that was supposed to slash through the heavens gradually calmed down. In the end, it turned into spiritual light that scattered across the horizon. As expected of the successor of Shadow Soul Palace, Ling Xiao smiled and stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. The 10 swords quietly hovered above his head, releasing an immortal sword intent. With Qingyang's means, it was probably very difficult for ordinary people of the current generation to go against him. The spiritual might contained in this simple slash was not something that an Exalt Realm cultivator could withstand. Moreover, judging from Qingyang's appearance, this divine power of the blade was probably not his trump card. Try taking another slash from me. Ling Zhao's eyes were clear as he raised one hand and swung it down. Wushuang, Dao's resentment. The 10 swords that had been stagnant burst out with dazzling divine light again. But this time, the 10 swords connected in the sky and condensed into a sword shadow that was 100 feet long. Runes surged on it, and countless ancient and mystical totems were engraved on it. Thousands of sword intents surrounded the sword, and it was filled with an indescribable sharpness. Multicolored light rose, and the sun and moon collapsed. If this slash was made, even the great path of time would be completely obliterated. This aura! At this moment, the expressions of countless exalted shrine cultivators had already changed. They looked at the sword shadow that was about to strike down with horror. Even with their strength, they felt a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. Above the heavens, below the immortal gods. It was hard to imagine that this unparalleled and ancient slash was made by an exalt realm cultivator. Looks like Master Ling Xiao is planning to fight to the death with me today. Qin Yang's eyes were gloomy, and he still had some doubts in his heart. Although the Taigu Ling people and the World Lord Palace had always been at odds, this was only in the dark. After all, with the heritage of these two forces, it was impossible for them to completely destroy the other party. Therefore, in the past 100,000 years, whether it was the Ling people living in seclusion or the World Lord Palace not entering the God Battle domain, it was actually a compromise. At the very least, these two forces had reached a relatively stable situation on the surface. But today, Ling Xiao's actions had completely broken this balance. Could it be that the Taigu Ling people really wanted to seize the heavens? Or did this race believe that Ling Xiao's appearance was an opportunity for the Taigu Ling people to seize the world? Fight to the death? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled casually. But in the next moment, his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. You think you're worthy? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate in the slightest. At the instant his palm pressed out, the 300 long sword image instantly emanated a brilliant golden radiance that seemed like a divine river that descended from the 9 heavens, and it formed into countless ancient and profound divine elephants. In the void thousands of miles away, Ling Xiao's figure stood tall. The sword bones around his body also released a 7-colored aura. Strands of multicolored light gradually enveloped his figure. He was like an ancient god who wanted to cleanse the world and punish evil. Slash! As his word fell, the sword shadow instantly shattered the blue sea and slashed down from the sky. At this moment, the entire green jade mountain was silent. Then, everyone saw that under the sword edge, stars shattered and yin and yang were in chaos. Even the supreme beings had a vague feeling that this sword was something they could not withstand. How ridiculous! How could a supreme being display a sword move that even they were afraid of? Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at the sword shadow that pierced through the void. Suddenly, a wisp of soul light rippled in his eyes. Countless divine soul runes appeared around his body. It was as if a supreme divine realm had transformed into its own universe and encompassed all the heavens. The Shadow Soul Palace, as its name implied, the true inheritance of this force was the divine soul Tao. With a thought, one's divine soul would not be destroyed, and one's physical body would become a shadow. However, Qin Yang was confident that with his realm, a supreme being would not be able to break his soul world. However, the moment the sword radiance fell, his face turned completely pale. Boom! The golden sword radiance illuminated the 9 heavens and slashed down horizontally. The 10,000 soul runes above Qin Yang's head dimmed almost instantly. Then, endless divine radiance shot up into the sky and blocked everyone's sight. In the end, Qin Yang's figure completely vanished before everyone's eyes the instant the sword shadow descended. The peak of Green Jade Mountain was silent. Everyone looked at the indifferent young man standing in the void. There was nothing but respect in their eyes. This chaotic world was mesmerizing. Chapter 1376. How terrifying! The young master of the Ling people's sword is comparable to the sword master of the Long Yuan sword. I didn't expect the Ling people to have such a monstrous talent. Seems like Qing Tsang is going to change this time. There was an uproar in front of the godly slaying palace. Now, all the strong cultivators no longer cared about what happened between Xia Chen and Qin Yang 300 years ago. This was because the path to immortality had always been about the winner. Only those who survived had the right to judge the present and the past. When Xia Chen died, Qin Yang took the opportunity to take control of the godly slaying palace. Now, As long as Ling Xiao could kill Qin Yang, the position of the godly slain palace master would change hands again. Buzz! However, while everyone was deep in thought, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the depths of the golden light. Immediately after, a hurricane of spiritual energy swept out and blew away the golden light that filled the sky. After that, everyone was dumbstruck when they saw 9 figures standing side by side on the square. They were actually 9 azure suns with the exact same aura and cultivation. Pucci. As for the person who was struck by the soaring firmament sword force, he directly shattered from the middle, turning into soul power and dissipating. Even so, the remaining 8 figures still stood in front of the palace with cold eyes. Now, everyone could see that there were soul runes above the 8 people's heads. They connected to form a world that covered an area of hundreds of feet. The divine runes on them revealed an undying and indestructible aura. This is Shadow Soul Palace's classic inheritance, the soul-suppressing world. Qi Luo's eyes trembled, and fear flashed in the depths of her eyes. Back then, Shi, Xiaqin, and Qingyang were all peak emperor gods. In terms of combat power, Xiaqin, who received the Slayer Emperor's inheritance, was undoubtedly stronger. But even then, Qingyang still executed this supreme classic and forcefully exhausted Xiaqin to death. Even when the latter took out the soul-sucking ghost pearl, he still couldn't turn the situation around. In the end, he lost his reputation. The soul-suppressing world? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, but his expression didn't change. When he fought with Qin Wupa in the Great Qin Empire, he was also trapped in the soul world. Clearly, regardless of whether it was Qin Wupa's Wului Ghost Realm or Qin Yang's Zhanyuan Soul Realm, they both possessed the power of a world within a world. In other words, Qin Yang was equivalent to a god that controlled the world in the soul dimension, and he could crush all his enemies. However, unlike Qin Wupa's Wuming Ghost Realm, Qin Yang's soul realm seemed to be more mysterious. His body could split into 9 shadows, and their auras were identical to each other. Even if it was a Saint Realm cultivator, once they entered this realm, they would most likely perish. Shadow Soul Palace's inheritance classic. How does Palace Master Qingyang know this divine palace's cultivation method? At this moment, an elder of the Massacre Divine Hall finally reacted and looked at Azure Sun in confusion. Although the identity of the Killing God Palace's Palace Master had no conflict with the successor of the Shadow Soul Palace. However, the prerequisite was that Qingyang had to obtain the approval of the Killing God and fuse with the Killing God imprint that was related to his identity. Otherwise, if a descendant of the Shadow Soul Palace sat on the seat of the Killing Divine Palace Lord, what was the meaning of this faction's existence? Shadow Soul Palace's pawn? Vassal? Lackey? Inexplicably, many experts of the Massacre Divine Hall looked gloomy, and their eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation. Now, it seemed that Xia Chen's death was hiding many secrets. In the past 300 years, Qin Yang had indeed suppressed and expelled all the doubters of the Massacre Divine Hall. However, the sudden appearance of the young master of the Ling people had broken the doubts in everyone's hearts. As long as Ling Xiao could kill Qin Yang today, the Massacre Divine Hall might be able to break away from the control of the Shadow Soul Palace and regain its former glory. Moreover, Qin Yang had not truly fused with the Killing God imprint. How could he be worthy of being the palace master of the Massacre Divine Hall? Young master, be careful. This cultivation method is extremely terrifying. One soul can split into 9 shadows to kill the enemy. If you want to break the attack, you can only enter the soul dimension with your divine soul. However, Qi Luo's tone was solemn. In her opinion, this cultivation method was unsolvable. At least in the current generation, it was difficult for anyone to compete with Qin Yang in terms of divine soul. Oh, enter the soul dimension? Ling Xiao's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Compared to his spiritual power cultivation, his physical body and divine soul were truly terrifying, especially after fusing with Gu Tian's soul power. His divine soul had entered the earthly sovereign level. Moreover, he had the void divine dagger, the absolute beginning divine talisman, and other supreme divine items in his soul sea. Who in the current generation could fight with him? Of course, Ling Xiao almost never revealed the foundation of his divine soul. After all, once people knew that his divine soul was so terrifying, they would definitely be on guard in the future. However, today, if he wanted to kill Qingyang, he could only enter the soul dimension and fight with him. Ling Xiao, I will give you one last chance. If you retreat now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to leave Mount Qingyao today. Qingyang raised his head and looked at the black-robed figure above him. His eyes were calm as he spoke. Yes, Ling Xiao was very powerful, and his sword principle was unparalleled. However, since he had used this trump card to expose his identity, even a Saint Realm expert would not be able to escape death, let alone a venerable realm expert. Is that so? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His eyes were gentle. In the next moment, he took a step forward and landed on Qingyang's head. Seeing this, Qingyang was stunned. Then his eyes became even more sinister and sarcastic. It seemed that the young master of the Ling people was very confident in his own strength. Even though Qi Luo had warned him earlier, it was obvious that Ling Xiao did not take it to heart. Ling Xiao, you've got guts. Qingyang sneered. Suddenly, the 8 soul shadows rushed in 8 directions. In a short moment, an ancient divine soul dimension appeared in the void. It was as bright as a sea of stars and suppressed everything. Ling Xiao's silhouette fell directly into the upper realm and disappeared. Young master, Qi Luo's pretty face changed and her eyes trembled. Although, today, Ling Xiao had used his sword to kill the heavens and fought Qingyang head-on. He had already proved his talent. However, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, once he entered the dimension, it would be difficult for him to escape from Qingyang's hands. Could it be that she had gambled wrongly today? Elder you later if Master Ling Xiao is unable to walk out of the soul dimension. I hope that you will take care of Xia Chen's descendant. As long as she can integrate with the god-killing mark, she still has a chance to take back the position of Temple Master. Qi Luo sighed softly and looked guiltily at Bai Ling, who was surrounded by the crowd. At this moment, she did not know that the real descendant of Xia Chen was the girl standing beside Bai Ling like a maid. Of course, what she did not know was that Ling Xiao had already planted a soul mark on Yu Yi and made him a soul slave. Big brother will not lose. Before Yu Yi could speak, Bai Ling suddenly shook her head and said with a determined look in her eyes. Qi Luo was stunned, but she saw Yu Yi nod. Saintess Qi Luo, just wait patiently. The young master's means are not something that ordinary people can predict. Now that he was Ling Xiao's soul slave, he naturally saw the terrifying divine soul of the Ling people's young master. More importantly, Yu Yi did not think that Ling Xiao was an arrogant person. Since he dared to enter the soul dimension, he must have enough confidence to kill Qingyang. Chapter 1377. But Qi Luo wanted to say something but hesitated. Her gaze was extremely complicated. She knew Qingyang's methods better than anyone else. Once Ling Xiao was defeated, it would be too late for them to leave. There are no buts. I've already said that Big Brother will not be defeated. Bai Ling glanced at Qi Luo coldly. She did not have any conflict with this woman's past. She merely did not like people who doubted Ling Xiao. Whether it was the past or the future, all of the regrets and expectations, they were all false. Only Big Brother was fate, reincarnation, the end of karma, the end of time. He would not let her down. If he were to be defeated, who would be worth waiting for in the future? Sigh. In the end, Qi Luo sighed softly and did not say anything else. At that moment, she had already made up her mind. No matter what happened later, she would protect Xia Chen's bloodline. 300 years of regret had already exhausted her both physically and mentally. To her, life and death were simply not worth mentioning. The reason why the godly slaughtering imprint was in her possession was actually a backup plan that Qi Luo had prepared for herself. With her understanding of Qingyang, she had long guessed that he would definitely make a move against her after killing Xia Chen. Thus, she had already tricked Xia Chen into giving her the godly slaughtering imprint before she had even mounted a sneak attack on him. Because of that, the regret in Qi Luo's heart was like a maggot attached to her bones, tormenting her nonstop for the past 300 years. Qi Luo still remembered that day when she had personally asked Xia Chen who was more important, her or the godly slaughtering palace's palace master. Without any hesitation, Xia Chen handed the imprint that represented the godly slaughtering imprint to her. However, in the end, Qi Luo still chose her sect and betrayed Xia Chen. Originally, she had only felt pain and hated Qingyang bitterly. She did not feel that she had done anything wrong. After all, Xia Chen's death had saved thousands of lives in her sect. She had no other choice. However, it would appear that she had still underestimated her feelings for Xia Chen. It had been 300 years. Qi Luo had been in pain all the time. If she had trusted Xia Chen more back then, like how this young woman before her had trusted Ling Xiao, would she have had another choice? He would not be defeated. What sort of deep feelings and obsession did those words contain? Great love. There was nothing to say, only to trust him. Buzz. At this moment in the Zhanyuan soul world, Ling Xiao looked at the world in front of him in surprise. This place was no longer the peak of Qingyao Mountain, but a desolate and ancient mystical space. Qingyang stood tall in the sky with an arrogant look on his face. The aura surging around his body had reached the 8th grade Saint Realm. Clearly, this was where the mysteries of the Shadow Soul Palace lay. If he did not enter the soul world, he would have to split his soul into 9 bodies to fight against the enemy at the same time. And once they entered the soul world, the cultivation of the person who set up the soul world would be the fusion of the 9 incarnations. Ling Xiao had killed one of Qingyang's incarnations with a swing of his sword. Therefore, he was now at the 8th grade Saint Realm. Otherwise, he would be at peak rank 9 now. Ling Xiao, Qi Luo should have told you my identity, right? Qingyang's figure descended from the sky as he looked coldly at the youth before him. In the end, there was no deep hatred between him and Ling Xiao. All the conflicts were caused by Xia Chen. Just like Ling Xiao, Qingyang always believed that there was nothing in this world that could not be betrayed. The successor of the Shadow Soul Palace? Ling Xiao nodded and chuckled. He casually glanced at the soul world in front of him. At this moment, he could feel that this space had completely blocked out the fluctuation of spiritual power. Even his physical and blood strength seemed to be completely imprisoned by a strange force. In other words, he could only rely on the strength of his spirit to fight here. Master Ling Xiao, there is no deep hatred between us. Why do you have to fight to the death? Although I admire your righteousness, sometimes it will hurt you. Qingyang smiled sinisterly. He did not hide the threat in his voice at all. In the Zhanyuan soul world, not to mention a youth of the Venerable Realm, he even dared to fight a supreme expert. However, killing Ling Xiao would only bring harm to Qingyang. Ling people's tyranny would even cause his end to be extremely miserable. If the two of them could each take a step back, today's farce would also be completely over. One Qi Luo, the other Yu Yi, dared to be so presumptuous in the Green Jade Mountain. They were simply courting death. Since the god-killing imprint had appeared and Qi Luo was the first to break the Tao Heart Oath, then there was nothing to worry about. Not only would Qi Luo die, but the entire Jade Lake sacred ground would also pay the price for her betrayal. Oh, what do you want to say? Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and finally looked at Qingyang. At this moment, he completely understood the power of the soul world. Thus, a Qingyang without any luck could not make any waves at all. Everyone knows that the Lord Ling Xiao is righteous and unique in the world. But if you lose today, no one will believe that. Xia Chen is innocent, and you will be the one who protected the evil spirit. Your reputation will be ruined. Qingyang's face was full of regret, but Ling Xiao suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Palace Master Qingyang, you worry too much. I have never cared about how the world sees me. Moreover, I will not lose." "You will not lose?" Qingyang was so angry that he laughed. His saint aura suppressed the world. Countless soul runes appeared around him, outlining a picture of mountains and rivers and a map of the stars in the sky. "If you won't lose, then I will lose." "Palace Master Qingyang, I have question. Why did the realm lord's 7 palaces suddenly go into hiding? The Tao protector behind you should be on the green jade mountain, right?" Ling Xiao did not show a trace of fear in the face of Qingyang's divine soul suppression. Instead, he smiled playfully. Qingyang frowned slightly when he saw this, and a wisp of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. However, this soul-suppressing world was the classic inheritance of the Shadow Soul Palace. It was also the true top cultivation technique of the Azure world. In this soul world, all spiritual energy fluctuations and bloodline power would be completely confined. Even if Ling Xiao had some life-saving trump cards given to him by the Ling people, he would not be able to use them at all. Then, what was he laughing about? Humph! Ling Xiao, you are still trying to be mysterious when you are about to die. Well, since you are so stubborn, I will crush you here today and send you back to the Ling people. Qingyang snorted. The moment he stepped out, the sea of stars above his head suddenly fell. Suddenly, the entire soul world changed, and the momentum was surging. Thousands of stars fell from the sky like a meteor sea of fire, and Ling Xiao's figure was enveloped in a breath. However, the moment the smile appeared on Qingyang's face, his eyes suddenly flashed with a strong sense of disbelief. At this moment, he seemed to feel that at the place where the stars fell, a vast and unparalleled Supreme Being aura suddenly surged. This kind of fluctuation was so terrifying that the entire soul world emitted bursts of ear-piercing buzzing. After that, Qingyang was dumbstruck as he saw a slightly slender figure slowly walk out from the sea of fire. His body was circulating with a supreme aura, and every move seemed to contain the heavenly Tao, causing the void to boil. How is this possible? This aura, a Supreme Being spirit. A young man with a Supreme Being cultivation level actually had a Supreme Being spirit. Preposterous, laughable. Simply F*** king, unreasonable. Chapter 1378. Since Hall Master Qingyang doesn't want to tell me, I'll have to see for myself. Ling Xiao took a step forward and appeared above Qingyang's head with a surge of soul power. A terrifying aura was restored, and a soul seal appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The void was imprisoned, and all Daos were obliterated. Only the black-robed figure was immortal and immortal. Villains didn't need to turn the tables around. Strength was the way to go. At this moment, Qingyang's face was pale. He didn't expect the young master of the Ling people to have hidden his strength so well. Venerable realm cultivation and a paragon divine soul? Even the successor of the Ghost clan couldn't do that. Of course. What terrified Qingyang was the young man's temperament. Everyone knew that the young master of the Ling people's sword Tao was unparalleled. However, what was truly terrifying about him was not the sword Tao that was praised by others. Damn it! Such a monstrous genius was comparable to the sages of the human race who created the world in the desolate epoch. How could he be born in this era where spirit chi was scarce? Buzz! The soul seal fell like thousands of stars exploding at the same time. Just the surging soul might alone was enough to easily pierce through the void and shatter it. Qingyang's expression was ferocious, and his soul power spread out. In the depths of the soul world, several auras quietly dissipated. The world was clear, and the peak of Qingyao Mountain came into view again. It was obvious that Qin Yang didn't dare to be entangled with Ling Xiao. He chose to withdraw the soul world and escape immediately. But the moment the soul world dissipated, the soul seal finally fell on top of Qin Yang's head. At this moment, the Shadow Soul Hall's successor's eyes suddenly widened. He helplessly crushed an ancient soul jade in his hand. Spirit light blossomed around his body, condensing into a divine shadow above his head that exuded an ancient majesty. But even so, the moment the soul imprint landed, countless cracks appeared on the divine shadow. Qin Yang finally couldn't suppress the despair in his eyes. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Elder Zhu, save me!" Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds gathered at the back of Qingyao Mountain. Divine power soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky darkened. A vast Supreme Being aura swept across the mountains and rivers, and the expressions of all the experts of the Killing Shrine changed drastically. Even Yu Yi and the rest had fear in their eyes. Clearly, they were intimidated by this aura. Boom! However, no matter how terrifying this might was, it was unable to stop the divine seal above Qin Yang's head in time. With a loud bang, the divine shadow outside Qin Yang's body shattered instantly. His entire body was crushed to the ground by the divine seal, and he completely disappeared without a trace. The entire Green Jade Mountain was dead silent. Everyone looked at the figure of the young man standing in the clouds with an indifferent gaze. Their lips trembled, but they did not know what to say. Invincible immortal beauty and crushing a generation seemed to be insufficient to describe the strength of this young master of the Ling people. Although many people did not see clearly how Qingyang was suppressed by the seal, Qingyang's strength was still very strong. However, the outcome was already in front of them. The dignified master of the Killing Shrine, the prodigy of the Shadow Soul Hall, and a peerless first-level Saint Realm expert had been defeated. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had always been calm and collected. One sword to split the sky, and one seal to kill the enemy. It was too terrifying. This young man was simply a god of war. Any living being that dared to challenge his dignity would not be able to escape destruction in the end. This was especially true for Qi Luo, whose eyes were filled with a trace of ridicule. No one knew better than her about Qin Yang's methods. However, he had still been defeated. Utterly defeated. Cough, cough, Elder Zhu. Save, amidst the smoke and dust, a violent coughing sound was suddenly heard. A figure crawled out from the ground with difficulty. All the bones in his body were broken, and even the armor on his body was covered in countless cracks. At this moment, Qin Yang's vitality was waning, and he was in an extremely sorry state. However, the moment he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky and stomped his head to the ground. "Junior, how dare you?" At the end of the world, a cold and angry roar suddenly came. An indescribably terrifying momentum suddenly fell, like a long cloud covering the sun, and instantly crushed the entire Green Jade Mountain. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange soul light. He suddenly exerted force and directly crushed Qin Yang's head. Buzz! At the same time, the latter's soul was directly shrouded by an invisible soul power and torn to pieces. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was a little surprised. At this moment, he could see a lot of information about the Shadow Soul Hall and the Realm Master in Qin Yang Soul Sea. However, even he, the successor of the Shadow Soul Hall, did not know that the Realm Master had disappeared. However, according to the Shadow Soul Hall Master's guess, the Realm Master seemed to have gone to an extremely mysterious place, and that place seemed to contain a supreme item that could shock the 9 heavens. Qin Yang! A figure suddenly appeared in the void thousands of miles away, and then directly pierced through the sea and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He stretched out one hand, and like a mountain and sea it suppressed all things, and there was no way to break free. This scene instantly caused the faces of Yu, Yi, and the others to change drastically. Only Ling Xiao's eyes were calm and unperturbed. From Qin Yang's memory, he already knew that this powerhouse in front of him was called Zhu Jia, the second elder of the Shadow Soul Hall and also his guardian, a fifth-grade Sky Supreme, the true powerhouse standing at the peak of Qingsong. In the past 300 years, it was because of Zhu Jia's deterrence that Qin Yang logically took control of the Killing God Palace and eliminated many of his opponents. Usually, Zhu Jia had been cultivating in seclusion at the back of the Green Jade Mountain and would not easily appear. Moreover, the 300 years had already made the two of them let down their guard. Just now, when Ling Xiao appeared, there were no powerhouses of the Ling people following him. Therefore, Qin Yang did not dare to awaken this guardian at the first moment. Perhaps, in his eyes, a person of the venerable realm was not a concern at all. Didn't villains always die of carelessness? Brat, you deserve to die. Zhu Jia's expression was sorrowful and indignant, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, although he did not know Ling Xiao's identity, anyone who dared to kill the successor of the Shadow Soul Hall would not be able to escape death today, no matter who it was. How dare you touch the successor of the Ling people? Old thing, you deserve to die. However, the moment the huge palm came down from the sky, a cold shout came from the end of the world. Suddenly, the void trembled, and all the Daos disappeared. Everything in the world seemed to have suddenly stopped. Then, everyone saw a pair of black and dazzling wings, shaking the blue sky and defying the heavens. The moment the wings flapped, the world instantly turned dark. The palm that Zhu Jia had thrown out disappeared into thin air, and there was no trace of it. How is this possible? Everyone's faces froze again. At this moment, there was a strong sense of horror in Zhu Jia's eyes. The successor of the Ling people. Chapter 1379. Boom! A loud noise came from the mountain behind Qingyao Mountain. Everyone watched in horror as the spirit palm that had disappeared appeared out of thin air thousands of miles away. It crashed down and flattened a mountain peak. Hiss! What kind of technique is this? Reversing the universe. Emperor Realm. Countless exclamations suddenly rang out. Even Zhu Jia swallowed hard at this moment. With his strength, he was one of the top existences in Qingsong. Although he had not used his full strength, even a heavenly sovereign would not be able to block it easily. Not to mention that he had used such a strange technique to move it 1,000 miles away. Zhu Jia felt a chill in his heart. He felt that his life was coming to an end today. He lifted his head and looked at the place where the black light was spreading. He saw a graceful figure descending from the sky. At this moment, heaven and earth were overturned, and the boundless killing intent began to revive. Among the crowd, Pang Yin, the great elder of the godly slaying temple, suddenly changed his expression. Spiritual light flickered around him as he tried to escape. Qingyang was dead. It seemed that the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared was the real powerhouse of the Ling people. As Qingyang's lackey, he would not be able to escape death today. He might still have a chance to survive if he escaped in the chaos. When this person killed Zhu Jia, he would not have a chance to survive. Buzz! However, the instant Pang Yun's figure moved, the wind and clouds in the surrounding 10,000 miles changed again. As for the figure that was originally walking in the air, it had strangely disappeared on the spot. Pang Yun's face suddenly turned pale, and a chill rose in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to see the space in front of him twisting strangely. A fair and slender hand pierced through the sky and pressed down gently. No! Even though Pang Yun had the cultivation of a second-grade heavenly sovereign, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Divine radiance surged on his palm as he faced the jade-like hand. Puff! However, the moment their palms touched, Pang Yun's eyes widened. His entire arm shattered, and half of his body was torn apart by a terrifying and strange force. He could not resist it. He could not even fight back. Boom! Boom! Blood splattered everywhere and the sky darkened. The rain of blood, which contained the supreme aura, suppressed the Taoist rhymes of the entire world. However, before Pang Yun could react, the white hand extended once again and lightly pressed against the top of his head. Puchi! This time, Pang Yin didn't even have the chance to resist. His head was instantly crushed by the jade-like hand. The divine blood fell, crushing the ancient mountain and turning the space within 10,000 miles into fine powder. All of the elders and disciples of the killing divine palace retreated in horror. However, there were still some unlucky ones who were covered by the divine blood's power and had their bodies and souls destroyed. The sky was dark and the sun was dim, and in the darkness, a figure gradually appeared. It was an exquisite and graceful woman, dressed in black. She had a charming and seductive face and a graceful bearing. There was a faint chill on her face, like the coldest frost in the 9 heavens. Even so, her beauty was still soul-stirring and made people yearn for her. Strands of 7-colored mist spread out from his body, devouring the light and containing a supreme power that could suppress the mountains and seas. Who are you? Zhu Jie's lips trembled and his voice was full of fear. The Ling people had a deep foundation and countless powerhouses. This was common knowledge in Qing-Song. However, this race had always been hidden from the world and rarely appeared. Ling Yuanqing alone was enough to frighten thousands of races. However, the woman before him was obviously more powerful than Ling Yuanqing. You dare to attack the young master of the Ling people as a supreme? Old man, you deserve to die. The mystic butterfly stood in the sky and looked down at Ling Xiao with concern in her eyes. Ever since Ling Xiao sent her a message to come here, the mystic butterfly didn't stop for a second. She directly tore through the void from the realm of divinity and rushed to the northwest. Even so, if she came a second later, Ling Xiao would have been suppressed. With the mystic butterfly's temperament, she rarely showed such anger. However, in her eyes, not to mention being suppressed. Even if Ling Xiao was slightly injured, it would be an unforgivable crime. I didn't know he was the young master of the Ling people. At this moment, Zhu Jie was already panicking. Logically speaking, the Realm Lord Hall controlled the world and should be above all living beings. However, the Ling people were different. This ancient race was a power that even the Realm Lord was afraid of. How could he, the second elder of the Shadow Soul Hall, fight against them? Even though the woman's aura was only at the 9 heavens supreme level, her means and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Although Pang Yan's cultivation was only at the 2nd stage of the Sky Supreme level, Zhu Jie would have to use all his strength to kill him. However, just now this woman had killed a Sky Supreme with just 2 palms. Ridiculous. Were the Taigu Ling people really that terrifying? From the ancestor to the young master, they were all so monstrous that they were invincible in the same realm and could even kill opponents of a higher realm? Your ignorance is not a crutch for you to beg for forgiveness. When the young master of the Ling clan entered the world, the Ling clan has never interfered in the fights between peers. However, if someone takes advantage of their seniority, there will only be one outcome. Mi Dai's voice was cold and contained an unquestionable authority. It was as if the elder of the Shadow Soul Hall, who was at the 5th stage of the Sky Supreme level, was just an ant that she could kill with a wave of her hand. No, it's him. He killed the successor of the Shadow Soul Hall. The Ling people are provoking us. Do you really want to declare war on the Realm Lord Hall? Zhu Jie's face was filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to escape, but he did not dare to act rashly. The techniques that Mi Dai had displayed just now were too intimidating, especially the control of the void. It was not something that ordinary supreme beings could contend against. At the very least, Zhu Jie did not think that he could escape from the hands of the Ling people's supreme being. You're courting death, ancestor Mi Dai. However, just as Mi Dai's eyes were cold and she was about to attack, she suddenly heard Ling Xiao call out softly. Young master. The coldness on Mi Dai's face dissipated almost instantly. Her eyes were filled with indescribable tenderness as she looked at Ling Xiao. Hiss! Even Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his body. It was as if there was a mountain torrent with nowhere to go. Once there was a crack, it would definitely flood. Senior, you just said that. I killed Qingyang to declare war on the Shadow Soul Hall? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His eyes were gentle, and he looked like a different person from when he killed Qingyang. Is that not the case? Zhu Jia snorted coldly and suppressed the fear in his heart. Ling Xiao's actions today were undoubtedly a slap to the face of the Realm Lord Hall. Even if he died here today in the future, the 7 sacred halls would avenge him and Qingyang. Haha, it turns out that I was too foolish and naive. I trusted the so-called light and justice in this world too much. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes, and the bitterness on his face made the hearts of the surrounding experts from the killing divine hall sink. Chapter 1380. You, what do you mean by Mua? At this moment, Zhu Jie's old face had already turned blank. Why did this Ling people's young master look like? He killed Qingyang because Qingyang deserved to die, and the Shadow Soul Hall was guilty of the most heinous crimes. Everyone says that the Realm Lord Hall controls the Azure Sky continent and suppresses evil. That's why the human race prospered and recovered its former prosperity. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze was especially cold. I was fortunate enough to see the Realm Lord Hall's young master, Xuexian. We fought the sky demon together and severely injured it. The young master is not afraid of death. The image of him fighting the demon often appears in my mind, urging me not to forget the shame of the human race and to seek justice for the common people. Hearing this, a wisp of solemn reverence appeared on the faces of everyone present. The sky demon was the source of evil in the 9 heavens. Immortals and gods did not dare to mention its true name. Xuexian and Ling Xiao fought together back then. They were unparalleled, loyal, and righteous. They were role models of the righteous path. It was also because of this that their young master's righteousness was known throughout the Azure Sky continent. These two were outstanding talents of the current generation and had the opportunity to control the world. However, what was Lord Ling Xiao's intention in talking about this? But I really didn't expect that the Realm Lord Hall, which is known to slay demons and suppress evil, would hide such a filthy person. A look of resentment suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Jie without fear. What? What do you mean? What do I mean? Senior, don't you know? Ling Xiao snorted coldly, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. With the mystic butterfly here, Zhu Jie would definitely die today. However, it was easy to kill him. To kill him until he was convinced and respected by the world. Some small tricks were needed. Now that the Ling people had appeared and fought for the power of heaven and earth, all races were afraid and did not dare to say anything. If the Ling people were too domineering now, it would only intensify the conflict. What's more, there was no lack of people in this world who would fan the flames of trouble. Once those ancient clans with ulterior motives took advantage of this opportunity to add fuel to the fire, the Ling people would fall into a passive situation. The meaning of boiling a frog in warm water was to achieve one's wish unknowingly. It wasn't impossible to conquer a world, but it wasn't the best plan. With the disappearance of the Realm Lord, no one knew what other trump cards he had in his hands. As for the celestial race, they stood tall in the 9 heavens and dominated the ancient times. They were even more unfathomable. This path to immortality had never been smooth sailing. Even though Ling Xiao was unparalleled and had the help of the system, he still had to be careful and advance step by step. After all, which one of those experts that had truly lived for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years weren't clever and scheming? In a game of chess with them, a single careless move could lead to total annihilation. As the name implied, the World Lord Hall would be elevated to the peak of righteousness. If that was the case, Qingyang and Zhu Jie's actions would truly be heinous beyond redemption. At that time, Shadow Soul Palace would be doubted by the world, and Ling Xiao would still be the righteous light that didn't fear authority. In fact, with the World Lord Hall's current situation, they could only swallow their resentment and distance themselves from Qingyang and Zhu Jie. They could only push all the blame onto two dead people to maintain their supreme reputation. Of course, the Taigu Ling people and the World Lord Hall had always been on opposite sides. There was an irreconcilable conflict. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry that his actions would attract the hostility of the World Lord Hall. What he wanted to do was to make this Azure Sky Overlord the enemy of the entire world before the Realm Lord reappeared. No matter what he was scheming, he would truly fall into a passive position. And this was the key to victory in a chess game. How many of those who truly stood at the peak of the world and controlled the world did it in one go? Didn't they all walk out of the blood, see conspiracy step by step? In the end, they saw through the darkness of this world, turned into darkness, swept away all obstacles, and redefined the light. How could it be easy to go against the heavens and kill the celestial race? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhu Jie clenched his teeth, his expression already somewhat panicked. In the past 300 years, what Qingyang did couldn't be considered honorable. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already shown enough respect and reverence to the World Lord Hall just now. Once he used this reason to kill Qingyang, it would be logical. He would be getting rid of evil for the people. It's fine if you don't know. Let me remind you. Ling Xiao smiled eerily and turned to look at Qi Luo. Now that the Jade Lake Saintess had given the godly killing imprint to Bai Ling, she had completely lost her value, and the memories of her divine soul were the evidence to condemn Qingyang and Zhu Jie. Seeing the deep meaning in Ling Xiao's eyes, Qi Luo took a deep breath and walked to the front of the crowd. From the beginning, Qi Luo knew that she wouldn't be able to live today. No matter what difficulties she had in the past, in the end, she had betrayed Xia Qin. This was an indisputable fact. Now, it seemed that Lord Ling Xiao was loyal and brave. He would definitely not let those evil people go. And she, Qi Luo, could only atone for her sins with her death. However, right now, Qi Luo didn't panic or fear at all. 300 years ago, her Tao heart had been completely shattered. Now that she had seen Ling Xiao's righteousness, she naturally believed that he would keep his promise and protect the Jade Lake sacred ground. In this way, her death wouldn't be meaningless. Qingyang is evil and unforgivable. Today, Qi Luo is willing to die to expose all his crimes. Young master, please fulfill my wish. Qi Luo took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with determination. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at her. He said in a low voice, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes. If my death can be exchanged for the world's clarity, Qi Luo will not regret it." With that, Qi Luo suddenly raised her hand and slammed it on the top of her head. Instantly, a wisp of divine soul appeared in the air, like a fleeting view of flowers. Qi Luo's short life was exposed to everyone, especially how Qingyang coveted the god of slaughter's inheritance, how he schemed against Xia Qin, and how he used the Jade Lake sacred ground to threaten Qi Luo. It turned out that everyone had misunderstood Xia Qin and was deceived by a villain, wasting 300 years. Shadow Soul Palace is truly despicable. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and seemed to be filled with great pain. He closed his eyes in despair. His figure was bleak, and even his body was faintly trembling. Seeing this, the god of slaughter's experts felt a sense of reverence in their hearts. This was the true light of the human race. Comparing the two, the World Lord's palace was truly evil. Qingyang's actions have nothing to do with me or Shadow Soul Palace. I am only his Tao protector. Zhu Jie's lips trembled. At this point, all explanations seemed weak and powerless. I promised Xiaqin that I would seek justice for him. Now that I have found his daughter, the god of slaughter's imprint should be controlled by her. Before Zhu Jie could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted coldly and looked up into the sky. Brother Xia, do you see that? Qin Yang and Qi Luo are both dead. I have avenged you. Chapter 1381. Our young master is so righteous. The peak of Mount Qinyao was silent. After that, a series of shouts suddenly broke through the clouds, rising and falling one after another. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao could use the opportunity to merge with the Killing God seal and control the Killing Shrine after killing Qin Yang and Qi Luo. However, based on what he said just now, it seemed like he had given the opportunity to Xia Chen's daughter. Everything he did was to fulfill a promise. Inexplicably, the eyes of the disciples of the Killing Shrine trembled. There was nothing but respect in their hearts. The path to immortality was dangerous, and people's hearts were unpredictable. It was a blessing to have met their young master. Otherwise, how could Qi Luo be willing to die? Moreover, when their young master found Qi Luo, he was full of passion and selflessness. Senior. Ling Xiao sighed softly. His face had already regained its calm. Now you can die. W8. What? I said. I have nothing to do with this. I am only Qin Yang's guardian. Now that he is dead. Zhu Jie swallowed hard. His face had already turned pale. However, at this moment, Bewitching Butterfly suddenly took a step forward and walked slowly toward him. Instantly, the sky darkened and a thick fog rose. Vaguely, there seemed to be a pair of black wings unfurling, covering 1,000 miles and confining the entire space. You deserve to die. You attacked the young master of the Ling people as a supreme being. This crime is unforgivable. Bewitching Butterfly snorted coldly and stretched out her hand. Countless demonic runes surged on it, covering the sky. Behind her, the pair of black wings flapped gently. Thousands of wind traces lingered in the sky like shackles, breaking the void and trapping Zhu Jie on the spot. The power of heaven and earth changed in an instant. Even though Zhu Jie was a 5th-grade sky supreme being, he felt an extreme, killing intent shrouding him. He could not break free at all. This kind of power was too eerie, and it made him feel hopeless. No, you can't kill me. At this critical moment, Zhu Jie roared angrily. Dao runes appeared around him, and divine light filled the sky. There seemed to be thousands of divine shadows in his eyes. Real dragons, divine phoenixes, rivers, seas, and ancient mountains, and his domineering aura covered thousands of miles. Furthermore, at this time, in the northwest of the Azure continent, countless cultivators had already awakened from the ancient tombs. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Azure Jade Mountain, their eyes filled with fear, only to see that the blue dome of heaven was dim, the great sun without light. Boundless, void ripples swept out like waves, on the verge of destruction. Sky Supreme! It had been a long time since Qin Song had fought with a heavenly supreme in the past 100,000 years. Other than the patriarch of the Foliaceae who was killed, no one else died. However, judging from the aura in that area, it was likely that another heavenly sovereign would die today. Boom, boom! Outside Zhu Jie's body, divine might fluctuated and strange phenomena appeared one after another. Billions of rays of light bloomed in the sky, trying to break free from the shackles of the wind mark. But it was useless. As the bewitching butterfly palm descended, it was as if a sea of stars had descended. It carried with it the power to destroy the universe and lightly imprinted itself on Zhu Jie's chest. Puchi! In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. The power of the godly phenomenon completely vanished. Zhu Jie lowered his head in a daze and looked at the palm that had pierced through his chest. His lips trembled slightly, but he could not make any sound for a long time. Immediately after, The demonic runes in the bewitching butterfly eyes flickered. Zhu Jie felt a torrential force explode in his body, destroying his physical body and divine soul. Boom! A rain of blood fell. The rain that contained the divine might of a heavenly supreme annihilated the entire green jade mountain. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the entire area. Only the graceful figure in black stood tall in the sky, intimidating all living beings. Gulp! All the killing shrine's experts turned pale. They felt an endless chill rising from the soles of their feet. Although they were both heavenly sovereigns, Bewitching Butterfly's cultivation level was 3 grades higher than Zhu Jie's. However, in terms of combat power, the two of them were obviously not on the same level. It should be known that the reason why the various factions in the Azure Sky did not dare to rashly start an immortal battle was because once heavenly sovereigns fought, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short time. However, this notion was completely overturned by the sovereign of the Ling people today. Everyone. Ling Xiao only turned to look at the group of killing shrines experts when the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the sun shone down. Although this faction was riddled with holes and countless experts had died, the killing shrine's killing shrine had never been a killing shrine. The purpose of the killing shrine's existence was never to fight openly. It was to control chess pieces and information in the dark. I once promised Xia Qin that I would protect his bloodline. Now that the traitor is dead, the position of the killing shrine's master shall be returned to this lady. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao's eyes were clear, although his tone was gentle. Who dared to refute the domineering aura in his voice? Of course, Xia Jiming and Yi had already been reduced to Ling Xiao and by Ling's sole slaves now, so they didn't dare have the slightest intention to resist. No objections. What a joke. Given Ling Xiao's strength, if he wanted to avenge Xia Qin, all the killing shrine's experts present were at fault. Today, the young master had shown them mercy, which was already the greatest favor. As for the position of the killing shrine's master, coveting it now was no different from courting death. That's good. I will stay in the green jade mountain for a few days. Elder Yu, I'll leave Ling, and Jimeng to you in the future. With that, Ling Xiao waved at Bai Ling and headed deep into the mountain in the distance. Mystic Butterfly, on the other hand, pursed her lips and revealed an embarrassed expression. She no longer had the supreme, killing posture from before. Brother. In the green jade mountain, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky in the distance. Now that the killing shrine had fallen into his hands, this trip could be considered complete. Next, he only needed to go to the burial region and find the group of bandits who had killed the Su family's young master, Su Shan, and retrieved the Su family's lost treasures. Then he could patiently wait for the Death Spirit region to open. As long as Su Yan could enter the Sky Saint Business Alliance, this wealth that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years would not be able to escape Ling Xiao's control. Moreover, Ling Xiao already knew from Hua Mingxi that the only way to open the Heaven and Earth Palace was in the hands of her eldest senior sister. By then, Hua Mingxi would have exhausted all her energy. Ling Xiao should also send her to see Lei Yan and take a look at who their eldest senior sister was at the same time. Integrate the killing god mark first. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the two figures immediately appeared in the realm. Bai Ling nodded slightly and sat cross-legged on the spot, holding the pitch-black mark in her hand. According to Ling Xiao's speculation, when Xia Chen obtained the Killing Emperor's inheritance and rebuilt the Killing Shrine, it was definitely not just because of the Killing Emperor's reputation. This mark more or less contained some means to restrain the experts of the Killing Shrine. As long as Bai Ling integrated it, it would be difficult for this force to betray her. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the sword tower. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into an inexplicable smile. This trip to the northwest of Qingsong could be said to be a fruitful one. Not only did he make the Buddhist sect the scapegoat of hiding demons, but he also successfully captured Yao Guang's Taoist heart and controlled an ancient force. However, the sudden appearance of the Shadow Soul Palace more or less made Ling Xiao feel a sense of crisis. After all, no one knew what identities the successors of the 6 palaces were hiding in the sea of people. However, the combat power of the Sky Demon Palace's old subordinates, Mystic Butterfly, did not disappoint him. Although they were all heavenly sovereigns in this realm, these demon Tao experts could be said to be killing indiscriminately. Chapter 1382. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Ling sat cross-legged in front of the heavenly palace. The gate of heaven above her head shone with a mysterious light, revealing endless mysteries. The dark and deep gate of heaven seemed to have the aura of samsara flowing in it. One could not help but want to break the barrier and explore the mystery deep inside. At a certain moment, Bai Ling suddenly opened her eyes. Endless fog quietly rose from her body. An indescribable and terrifying murderous intent surged, causing the sound of Tao to ring. It was piercingly cold. A purple vertical mark flashed in between her eyebrows. It was difficult to conceal the secret of heaven. Meanwhile, her luck rose to 18,000 at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao's eyes trembled slightly. The smile on his face grew wider. It seemed that Bai Ling's identity was closely related to the master of samsara. Moreover, compared to the scene Ling Xiao saw in the 1,000-weapon Taoist scripture, the aura of samsara around this girl was 10,000 times stronger. However, as for who exactly she was, it was likely that he would only know after the gate of immortality was completely opened. Brother. Bai Ling showed a rare smile on her face. Ling Xiao chuckled and reached out to stroke her little head. Linger, how is it? Brother, there is a strand of slaughter origin in the mark of killing God. It is far more terrifying than the power of Tao. It also contains the Slayer's supreme superpower. Bai Ling thought. The purple divine mark immediately shone with a mysterious light and an extreme murderous intent. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He was not very interested in the Slayer's inheritance. After all, the cultivation methods he practiced were the real 9 heavens extreme. Bai Ling controlled the Slayer Shrine. She would be the sharpest blade in Ling Xiao's hands. The stronger she was, the more dazzling her brilliance would be. Do you have a way to control the elders of the Slayer Shrine? If not, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He naturally didn't have much trust in a force that had taken control of him halfway. If the killing God imprint was unable to determine their life and death, the best method was to plant a soul imprint in their soul sea. Brother, don't worry. There is an oath in the killing God imprint. Any expert who joins the killing God palace cannot betray this oath. Bai Ling smiled sweetly, but there was some sadness in her eyes. Although she had taken control of the God-killing palace, it also meant that she would have to part ways with Ling Xiao. Furthermore, with the heritage of this palace, perhaps in the future, she could only be Ling Xiao's shadow, hiding in the dark and rarely seeing the light of day. If that's the case, then you can stay on Mount Qingyao. Ling Xiao casually handed Bai Ling a Qinkuan bag. There are 100 8th-grade saint-breaking elixirs inside. It's enough for you to enter the saint realm. Send a few people to the Jade Lake sacred ground and keep an eye on their movements. Yes, brother. Although Qin Yang and Zhu Jia were dead, and they were killed by Ling Xiao because of their evil identities. However, the Shadow Soul Palace most likely already knew the location of the Killing God Palace and all the arrangements. The reason why Ling Xiao did not ask Bai Ling to lead the group away was that he wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could lure out the God-killing palace. Secondly, he wanted to do the opposite. He wanted to use the spies of the Killing God Palace to test out all the experts of the Realm Lord Palace who are hiding in the dark. In the end, from the beginning, Ling Xiao's enemy was not the supreme inheritances of the Azure world, but the Realm Lord Palace. Whether it was the Killing God Palace or the Heavenly Saint Business Alliance, they were just the trump cards that Ling Shao used to deal with the Realm Lord. If he could use the destruction of the Killing God Palace in exchange for the exposure of a God-killing palace, Ling Shao would not hesitate at all. With by Ling's luck, the more hardships she encountered, the faster she would grow. Let's go. As the two figures disappeared, the entire domain fell into a dead silence once again. Only in the void above was the sound of thunder and sword chi. Young master, Miss Bai Ling, at the peak of the Azure Jade Mountain, Yu Yi and Xia Jiming bowed and stood with complicated expressions. This was especially true for Yu Yi. Although Xia Qin had finally gotten his revenge, he should be happy. Inexplicably, he felt that everything in front of him seemed to have gone too smoothly. In the future, I'll leave the Killing God Palace to you. If you encounter any trouble, send me a message at any time. Ling Shao took a deep look at Xia Jiming, then turned and walked towards the sky. When he disappeared, Bai Ling's expression turned completely cold. Yu Yi, send 2 elders to the Jade Lake sacred ground and keep an eye on the movements of the sect. Yes. Outside the Heavenly Thunder region, Ling Shao was strolling in the clouds with a calm expression. Behind him, Bewitching Butterfly was dressed in black. Her figure was graceful, but there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Young master, I came all the way here. Aren't you going to reward me? I'm going to the realm of chaos. You go back to the Ling people first. After saying that, Ling Shao did not hesitate at all. The moment he took a step forward, his figure disappeared. However, this time he did not ride the dragon. After all, with Zhang Juji's current fear of him, if Ling Shao appeared in the realm of chaos, there was no guarantee that he would not run away. Young master, in the void above, Bewitching Butterfly opened her mouth slightly, her face full of resentment. However, in the end, she did not dare to disobey Ling Shao. She could only stomp her feet resentfully and head in the direction of the realm of gods, southwest of the Azure Heaven region, the realm of chaos. The reason this realm was called the paradise of evil spirits was because of its wonderful geographical location. To the west of the realm of chaos was the famous Buddha Sea in the Azure Heaven region. It also had another name, the Adversity Sea. The reason why the Brahma Holy Land was established here was to suppress the evil spirits in the Adversity Sea. It was said that the end of the Adversity Sea was connected to another realm. Sealed in that realm was the evil race that even immortals and gods feared. To the south of the realm of chaos was the territory of the monster race. Tens of thousands of mountains were connected. Normally, no human cultivators would set foot in that realm. Because of that, the realm of chaos was chaotic all year round. Countless living beings who cultivated evil techniques and carried blood vengeance gathered there. Some of them were running away from their enemies, and some only wanted to kill. In short, this was a realm without order. Even Saint Stage experts did not dare to enter this realm. At this moment, in an ancient city to the north of the realm of chaos, 2 young men dressed in black robes were sitting in a wine house by the street. They were drinking and chatting. Brother Chu, we feel like old friends at first sight. I've always wanted to know, why did you end up in the realm of chaos? One of the young men with a fair complexion and a wisp of demonic aura around him asked in a deep voice, Brother Joji, you don't know this. I'm in the realm of chaos to hide from my enemies. The other young man with a handsome appearance and slender eyes shook his head helplessly. There was a trace of vicissitudes on his face that did not match his age. Hiding from your enemies. Zhang Jiuji was stunned. Then he sighed softly. When I saw Brother Chu's carefree and unrestrained manner, I thought you were just yearning for the freedom here. I didn't expect. You and I are in the same boat. Oh, Brother Joji, you're also hiding from your enemies? Chapter 1383. Yes and no. In short, it's very complicated. Zhang Juji shook his head and smiled, his eyes full of resentment. In the past few days, a great demon had suddenly appeared in the Chaos Burial region. It liked to devour people's blood spirits. If it was in other regions, such a ferocious demon would have attracted many people from the righteous Tao. However, this was the Chaos Burial region, a paradise for demons. Thus, many cultivators were terrified, but there was nothing they could do. This ferocious demon was naturally formed by Inu in Zhang Jiuji's ancient sword. However, Inu's purpose was not only to recover from her injuries and cultivate demonic techniques. More importantly, she wanted to search for people's souls and find the group of bandits who killed Su Shan back then. Needless to say, hard work paid off. After Inu devoured a Sky Bandit Alliance cultivator, she accidentally found some clues from back then. It was said that there was a group of cultivators in the Chaos Burial region who followed a young man called Chu Liunyan. This person was also known as the bandit commander and had an unparalleled reputation. However, this group of people were not evil people. Instead, they did righteous deeds of robbing the rich and helping the poor. However, for some unknown reason, Chu Liunyan suddenly disappeared 200 years ago. At the same time, a group of evil bandits appeared in the Chaos Burial region. They gathered many cultivators and formed the most tyrannical and ferocious force in this region, the Sky Bandit Alliance. Moreover, this group of people seemed to be secretly searching for traces of Chu Liunyan. It was a pity that they could not find the former bandit commander after 200 years had passed. However, just 10 days ago, Inu was recuperating in seclusion. Zhang Jiuji encountered the Sky Bandit Alliance cultivators killing cultivators. He immediately stepped forward and killed a group of supremacy cultivators. After that, he was chased all the way to the north of the Chaos Burial region and fell into a desperate situation. At the crucial moment, it was not Inu who woke up and saved him. It was this brother Chu who changed his name to Chu Dao. Although the two of them were 200 years apart in age, their personalities were extremely similar. In just a few days, they regretted not meeting each other and confided in each other. When Inu woke up, she unexpectedly discovered that this brother Chu was extremely similar to the rumored bandit commander Chu Liunyan. It turned out that he had never left the Chaos Burial region. Instead, he changed his identity and appearance to hide in the dark. As for what happened 200 years ago, Inu still didn't know. After all, only the Heavenly Bandit Alliance's 9 commanders and Chu Liunyan knew the truth. In order not to arouse the suspicion of Zhang Jiuji and this brother Chu, Inu immediately sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao and asked him to decide what to do next. Did you see that? This was the awesome aspect of the Good Fortune Saint body. Wherever he went, he would encounter good fortune. The current Zhang Jiuji and Chu Liunyan could be said to be friends for life and death. If all of this had not been deliberately arranged by Ling Xiao, there would have been a thrilling story between the two of them. In this fantasy world, what could be more exciting than brothers working together to turn the tables after a chase? Chu Liunyan had a story and Zhang Jiuji had Inu. It was reasonable. Oh, brother Jiuji, is there anything that can't be said between us? Chu Liunyan shook his head and smiled. He raised the wine cup in front of him and drank it. The current Sky Bandits Union was incomparably rampant. They were the true source of evil in the Chaos Burial region. However, he could only watch on helplessly. He didn't dare to confront him directly. This was because there was a shocking secret hidden in his body. Until a while ago, when he met Zhang Jiuji by chance, he was immediately attracted by the loyalty and righteousness that Zhang Jiuji displayed. A young supremacy actually dared to confront the strongest evil force in the Chaos Burial region. This courage shocked him. This was also the first time Chu Liunyan had taken action in the past 200 years. He risked exposing his identity to save this young man. In his eyes, Zhang Jiuji was the rare light of righteousness in the Chaos Burial region. It was laughable that he, the dignified bandit marshal, had personally nurtured a group of evildoers who committed all kinds of evil and destroyed the reputation that he had accumulated for 100 years. However, everyone knew that he, Chu Liuyan was a traitor, but they didn't know that what happened back then wasn't his intention at all. Fortunately, that group of people who betrayed him didn't get what they wanted in the end. It could only be said that both sides suffered losses. Brother Chu, we hit it off immediately. Why would I hide anything from you? It's just that my matter is really complicated. Sigh. Zhang Juji sighed softly and his eyes were cold. Back then, he was filled with passion when he walked out of the demon region. He wanted to make a name for himself in the Azure continent to comfort his mother's soul in heaven. However, he didn't expect that he would be stopped by that woman in red the moment he walked out of the demon region with Qing Mu's true teachings. Not only did that battle cause Zhang Juji's Dao heart to be covered in dust, but even senior sister Lei Yun was killed. However, although Zhang Juji escaped in a sorry state and fell into the demon abyss, he unexpectedly obtained the Nine Suns Buddha sword and took Inu as his servant. Because of this, Zhang Juji increasingly felt that fate was on his side. However, it was because of this ancient Buddha sword that his immortal path truly fell into despair. Whether it was Hua Mingxi's scheme or Ling Zhao's forceful suppression, they almost caused his Dao heart to collapse. If it weren't for Inu, he might have died in Dao Heaven City. Even so, his identity as the Sky Demon's general was still a predestined fate. Of course, if he could obtain the Sky Demon's relic that was sealed in the Dao Tian Academy, these setbacks could be ignored. However, at the last moment, he could only watch as the demonic treasure was right in front of him. He had no choice but to escape in a sorry state and was almost killed by Dao Heaven City's master. The current Zhang Juji was indeed completely famous in the Azure continent. Forget it, Brother Juji. It's fine if you don't want to say it. However, your name seems to be very similar to a great demon that recently shook the Azure continent. Chu Liuyan smiled. Although he had never walked out of the burial ground, he had heard about the Azure continent's matters. Zhang Juji. There were countless people with the same name in the world, but this name was so unique that it was really unforgettable. Brother Chu. Zhang Juji's eyes narrowed slightly. He originally wanted to use an alias to get along with Chu Liuyan. However, this elder brother of his really trusted him wholeheartedly. He didn't even hide his hatred for the Heavenly Bandit Alliance. The current Zhang Juji had indeed done many evil deeds, but he was still a righteous person in his heart and had a pure and kind nature. Thus, he didn't choose to lie to Chu Liuyan. Moreover, this was the burial ground, where evil spirits were everywhere. There was no need to worry at all. Haha, Brother Nine Extremities, I still believe that seeing is believing and hearing is false. There are too many things in this world that can't be helped. Sometimes the evil reputation that a person bears only proves that he is moving forward and not retreating. Chu Liuyan shook his head and smiled. He raised his cup and clinked it with Zhang Juji's. People are ignorant and always spread false rumors. They unknowingly become the pawns of others. A true wise person doesn't fall into the river of love and doesn't believe in prejudice. Promise me, don't be an ordinary person who depends on the rumors. If you want to scold someone, you have to do it gracefully. Brother Chu. Zhang Juji's eyes trembled, and he finally felt a trace of warmth in his heart. That's right. Only those who worked hard to move forward would bear the evil reputation. The higher one went, the fiercer the storm. All right, after drinking this cup of wine, I'll bring you to a place. When the time comes, I'll tell you my story. Chu Liuyan smiled mysteriously. He raised his head and drank the wine. Then he stood up and headed out of the city. Zhang Juji only hesitated for a moment before he raised his leg and followed. The current him was like a stray dog. Chu Liuyan's appearance unknowingly gave him a lot of comfort. He didn't believe that this good elder brother of his would lie to him because his life was originally saved by Chu Liuyan. Chapter 1384. Hurry up and follow me. Be careful or I'll whip you to death. What are you looking at? It's your honor to be able to serve the Sky Bandit Alliance. When you see the commanders later, answer them carefully. Otherwise, You'll die without a complete corpse. In front of a barren ancient mountain in the Chaos Burial Zone, a few middle-aged men in black held long whips in their hands as they ruthlessly whipped dozens of figures before them. These people were the great bandits of the Sky Bandit Alliance. They were in charge of capturing strong young men and bringing them into the Sky Bandit Alliance to serve as slaves and laborers. Everyone knew that the 9 commanders of the Sky Bandit Alliance were extremely vicious and evil. They rose to power 200 years ago, but no one knew their origins. Although 4 of the 9 were saints, they were far inferior to the many famous demons in the Chaos Burial Zone. However, the 9 of them were extremely cunning. Even now, no one knew where the Sky Bandit Alliance's sect was. At this moment, among the dozens of imprisoned figures, a young man dressed in black with an unparalleled celestial appearance was slowly walking forward. Compared to the fear and despair on the faces of the people around him, his expression was extremely calm without any ripples. Ling Xiao had already arrived in the Chaos Burial Zone a day ago. Although Inu suspected that Zhang Jiuji's brother Chu was the rumored bandit commander Chu Lianyan, she could not verify it. Thus, Ling Xiao planned to start with the Sky Bandit Alliance first, and thoroughly understand what happened back then before making a plan. But what surprised him was that the Sky Bandit Alliance experts he killed either did not know where the sect was or had a restriction planted in their souls that would shatter upon contact. It was obvious that the 9 commanders of the Sky Bandit Alliance placed great importance on their own safety. The more this was so, the more it proved that they must be hiding a great secret. Ever since Inu told him about Chu Lianyan's existence through voice transmission, Ling Xiao vaguely guessed that this person with the surname Chu must have a great background, and the Sky Bandit Alliance was very likely related to Su Shan's death back then. To avoid alerting the enemy, Ling Xiao could only disguise himself as an imprisoned servant and let these Sky Bandit Alliance experts bring him into the Alliance's sect. This way, all the fog would naturally be cleared. As for Chu Lianyan, with Inu watching over him, nothing would happen to him. Chu Lianyan, listen to this. Isn't this a destiny? Is it suitable? Come, cover their eyes. It wasn't until they arrived at an ancient forest deep in the mountains that the leader of the bandits suddenly shouted coldly. He took out some black cloth strips from his chinkuan bag and covered everyone's eyes one by one. Then, everyone felt a wave of dizziness. When they took off the cloth again, a magnificent hall suddenly appeared in front of them. The entire palace was made of gold. It was magnificent and could be said to be extravagant. On the other hand, before the hall, numerous young men that had been captured like Ling Xiao and the others were dejected and pale. Obviously, they'd already expected their fates. All of you, go over there and wait for the commanders to arrive. The black-clothed bandit snorted coldly before he turned around and walked into the hall. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was mixed in with the crowd, looking around at the ancient hall sect hidden behind the formation. What are you looking at? Be careful of me if you continue looking. As if sensing Ling Xiao's actions, one of the bandits shouted angrily. However, the moment Ling Xiao turned around, the bandit felt a chill run down his spine. A chill rose from the bottom of his feet, and he suddenly knelt on the ground. His head was drenched in cold sweat, and he couldn't stop trembling. HM? Second MO, what's wrong with you? The surrounding Heavenly Bandit Alliance's experts immediately gathered around with strange looks on their faces. The bandit, called Second MO, actually foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. This is epilepsy, right? I didn't expect Second MO to be sick. The crowd looked at each other and kicked Second MO harshly. Seeing that he didn't react, they then ordered people to carry him away. The originally noisy square quietened down once again. As for the young men who were captured and brought here, they were all sighing with despair on their faces. It's over. It's over. I heard that all the laborers that were captured by the Heavenly Bandit Alliance were either sent to the underground mines or fed with poison and sold to other forces as slaves. In any case, they were all living a life worse than death. It's over. I don't want to die. Sure, don't make a sound. Be careful not to be beaten to death by their sticks. Hearing the discussions, Ling Xiao's face didn't have much of an expression. A force created by a few bandits couldn't be compared to the true top ancient sects in Qingsong. Moreover, in such a chaotic region without order and rules, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest concern. Any cultivator that survived in the chaotic burial region would more or less bear the burden of sin. These people didn't need any pity. Everyone is ready. Just as Ling Xiao closed his eyes and waited calmly, several footsteps suddenly came from the hall in the distance. Then 7 figures in black walked out in a line. Their auras weren't weak, and they all had domineering expressions on their faces, especially the man in the lead. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. A scar ran through his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Commander, everyone is here. There are a total of 300 people. The weakest among them is at the Emperor God Realm. The scarred man nodded slightly. His gaze swept past everyone's faces and finally stopped on Ling Xiao. At this moment, he could see that the young man in black, standing in the crowd, was too eye-catching. His celestial appearance was unparalleled, and his temperament was unparalleled. There was even a faint, gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. However, the pair of eyes that looked at him were indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. The scarred man suddenly felt a chill in his heart. You come here, Everyone was stunned and followed the scarred man's gaze. In the next moment, their eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, Ling Xiao stepped forward with his hands behind his back. His posture didn't look like a captured slave at all. He was clearly a noble young master of an aristocratic family. He had an innate otherworldly temperament that was unique in the world. One look at him would make people revere him. Who are you? I'll give you a chance. Answer a few of my questions, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao's indifferent words made the entire Sky Bandits Union fall into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the tall figure in black with shock, and their lips trembled slightly. They were clearly unable to figure out where exactly this young man at the Exalt Realm got the confidence to actually dare to speak to the great commander of the Heavenly Bandit Alliance in such a manner. Uffed! Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't help but sneer. Then, waves of laughter instantly resounded through the entire ancient hall. Only the great commander of the Sky Bandits Union looked solemn. His eyes were filled with uneasiness. Burp. Inexplicably, the group of bandits who were laughing wildly suddenly fell silent. Their faces were full of confusion. Why was the great commander terrified? Chapter 1385. Who exactly are you? The great commander of the Heavenly Bandits Alliance was called Qin He, a 3rd-level Saint Realm expert. Although there were a few Supreme Being demons hiding in the Chaos Burial Zone, their enemies were also famous figures in the Azure Continent. They did not dare to show themselves easily. A Saint Realm expert like Chun He, who was originally unknown, suddenly appeared in the Chaos Burial Zone. He was the overlord of this region on the surface. Of course, the Heavenly Bandits Alliance was able to rise so quickly in just 200 years, not only because of this great commander, but also because of the other 8 great commanders. The weakest of the 9 great bandits was at the peak of the Supreme Being realm, and there were 4 saints. One could imagine how powerful they were when gathered together. Moreover, the 9 of them were cautious and knew when to advance and retreat. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao was only at the Supreme Being realm and looked harmless, it would be difficult for him to sneak into this sect. Back then, young Master Su Shan of the Heavenly Saint Merchant Alliance was killed by you, right? Ling Xiao did not care about Qin He's doubts at all. There was still a gentle smile on his face. Boy, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Beside Chun He, the 4th commander of the Heavenly Bandits Alliance, Guanda suddenly shouted coldly. The moment he took a step forward, his Saint Realm aura suddenly descended. His figure directly shattered the void and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. In the next instant, he struck out with his palm. There seemed to be Tao runes condensing in his palm, and divine power gushed out. From the moment Ling Xiao mentioned Su Shan's name, the great bandits of the Azure continent already knew where he came from. It was obvious that the Su clan was still unwilling to give up after so many years. But why would they send such a young man with a mere supreme being realm cultivation to die here? Guanda could not figure it out, but it did not stop him from killing first and thinking later. Boom! However, the moment Guanda's palm pressed down, the ferocious look on his face suddenly froze. At this moment, he seemed to see a hint of mockery in the young man's eyes. Then his palm came into contact with an extremely hard body. Buzz! Monstrous, demonic chi surged into the sky, covering all directions. In front of Ling Xiao, a terrifying figure that was 10 feet tall broke through the air, grabbing Guanda's hand in a tight grip. It was a figure filled with demonic will. It was majestic, like a demonic beast emitting endless ferocity. Especially his eyes, they were empty, cold, and indifferent. He was like a combat puppet that was completely devoid of vitality, yet indescribably ghastly. Crack! The ear-piercing sound of broken bones quietly resounded, and Guanda's expression almost instantly turned sinister. But before he could struggle, the demonic shadow suddenly threw out a punch. It was like a falling star, shattering the void and landing heavily on his chest. Pucci! How could Guan, who had reached the first-grade Saint Realm, be a match for Xiong Huan, who had fused with the Corpse Pearl? Therefore, not only did the punch penetrate his chest, it even tore off his arm that was in Xiong Huan's hand. Gulp. The heavens and the earth suddenly went silent. Only Guanda fell into a pool of blood, and he let out waves of painful and heavy gasps. It seems that you don't like this friendly method very much. Just as everyone's faces were filled with shock and fear, a gentle and indifferent voice suddenly came from behind the tall, demonic figure. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked out from behind Xiong Huan with a bright, warm, and clear smile on his face. But just as he appeared beside Guanda, 10,000 soul runes suddenly rippled in his eyes and shrouded the latter's soul sea. Pucci! However, just as Ling Xiao had expected, the soul seas of these commanders of the Sky Bandits Alliance had been sealed by someone. The slightest touch would cause their heads to explode immediately. Looking at the bodies whose bodies and soul seas had collapsed together, everyone's face was already incomparably pale. What kind of power was the Sky Bandits Alliance? It was a well-known evil path in the realm of burial disorder. They burned, killed, robbed, and committed all kinds of crimes. Even if they were also evil spirits, they would be afraid when they saw the 9 commanders and would not dare to act rashly. However, compared to the young man before them, their methods were still much gentler. Young man, who exactly are you? Chen, he took a deep breath, his face ashen. The reason he didn't stop Guan just now was to test Ling Xiao's strength. Now it seemed that this young man had come prepared. A Saint Realm demonic servant, and his combat strength should be at the 7th or 8th rank of the Saint Realm. Although it was a little troublesome, the situation was still under control. Who among you is willing to answer my question? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, his indifferent eyes sweeping across the 6 commanders one by one. It seemed that the remaining 2 commanders of the Sky Bandits Alliance were not in the alliance. However, as long as Ling Xiao didn't reveal his identity as the young master of the Ling people, these people would only think that he was an assassin sent by the Su clan. Even if they tipped off Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be a loss for him. He would just have to spend more effort. Kid, don't be too arrogant. This is our Sky Bandits Alliance. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a Saint Realm servant? The remaining commanders of the Sky Bandits Alliance, beside Qin, he shouted coldly. What happened back then was a dead knot that couldn't be reconciled. Su Shan's death was a fatal blow to the Su clan. Therefore, Chun-Hee and the others had been hiding in the burial zone all these years, being careful, as they were worried that the Sioux clan would come knocking on their door one day. In the end, although the 9 of them had some reputation in the burial zone, they were still like ants compared to the colossus that was the Sky Saint Business Alliance. It seems that you still don't see the situation clearly. Ling Xiao sighed softly. With a thought, a few more figures appeared in front of him. They all wore the same black robes embroidered with bloody clouds, looking extremely mysterious. Moreover, the auras of these people caused even Chin-Hee to feel a wave of fear. Endless demonic intent covered the sky, filled with boundless killing intent. They were Brute Devil, Shirpatian, Wunya, Ning Chuan, Phoenix Rouge, and the others. The 5 of them had made breakthroughs in their cultivation, especially Ning Chuan and Phoenix Rouge, who were originally heavenly mandate bodies. It was naturally easy for them to cross realms and kill enemies. With the strength of the 6 commanders, if they were to face Xiong Huan alone, they might have some chance of winning. However, the people in front of them all had shocking demonic intents and terrifying cultivation. It would be difficult for them to win. In fact, even the 2 exalted realm cultivators gave Chen-Hee an enormous amount of pressure. It was obvious that the 2 of them were hiding extremely terrifying trump cards. Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao didn't rush to summon the 2 corpse puppets was because he could feel that there was still an aura hidden in the Sky Bandits Alliance. It should be in the earthly sovereign realm. Obviously, this person was the biggest reliance of Chen-Hee and the others. As for the restriction in their soul seas, it was very likely that it was the work of this supreme being expert. Can we talk now? Ling Xiao smiled eerily and looked up at Chen-Hee. He saw that, although the latter was shocked, there wasn't much fear. I don't know what you are talking about. Young man, if you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened but kill them all. Before Chen-Hee could finish speaking, Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly, and a brilliant smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Chapter 1386. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly resounded through the world. Xiong Huan and the others dashed out and pounced on Chen-Hee. Ning Chuan, in particular, had a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Wherever his gaze landed, the void suddenly exploded. An ancient formation that flickered with bloody radiance appeared out of thin air. The formation intent within it actually caused the Saint Stage commanders to feel their hearts palpitate. As for Feng Rouge's body, it was suffused with jade mist. All the Heavenly Bandit Union's disciples that came within 30 meters of her would strangely discover that their bodies and souls had suddenly shattered inch by inch. Brat, do you really think my Sky Bandit Alliance is afraid of you? Chen-Hee gnashed his teeth fiercely. His eyes were filled with shock and fury as he looked at the plaza that had instantly turned into hell. He had guessed that an exalted realm youth must have something to rely on since he dared to come alone. However, it would appear that he had still underestimated the youth's means. Roar! However, before Chen-Hee could ponder for too long, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from above his head. Xiong Huan fell from the sky like an ancient giant bear. He opened his bloody mouth in anger and wanted to swallow Chen-Hee in one gulp. Second brother, kill that black-clothed youth. Killing intent surged in Chen-Hee's eyes. He suddenly clenched his hand, and an ancient sword slashed down from the sky, blooming with extreme blade radiance. At this moment, he already knew that the group of people before him were the youth's servants. As long as he killed the youth, these people would probably lose their will to fight. Of course, even though the Sky Bandit Alliance disciples were being slaughtered, Chen-Hee still did not panic. Although he was now the leader of the Sky Bandit Alliance, he still had to listen to Elder Sue. With Elder Sue around, a few mere Saint Stage experts would not be able to cause any trouble. Buzz! Hearing this, the second commander of the Sky Bandit Alliance, Sun Lanzi, who was originally fighting the Brute Devil, immediately shouted coldly. Countless wind marks lingered on the spirit sword in his hand and forced the brute devil to take a step back. He took the opportunity to leave the battlefield and rushed toward Ling Xiao. A killing aura suddenly appeared in the vast sky. A gust of wind suddenly arrived, cold and austere. Ling Xiao calmly looked at the figure approaching with a sword in hand. There was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. Although the second commander of the Sky Bandits Alliance had comprehended the Wind Dao Law, compared to Ling Xiao's perfected Dao Law, the wisp of Wind Dao Law was simply too weak. First-rank Saint Realm cultivators had no luck. Compared to Azure Sun, Sun Lanzi's divine will was simply too sloppy, and it posed no threat at all. "Brat, you're courting death." At that moment, Sun Lanzi stepped down from the sky and slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand. Wisps of wind swirled around the tip of the sword, turning into a sword shadow that was hundreds of meters long, slashing through the sky. A torrent of holy will fell from the sky. Before the tip of the sword arrived, countless cracks had already appeared on the blue stone of the entire square. Even the God Emperor and honorable realm servants behind Ling Xiao were pressed to the ground by the sword force. They vomited blood and died. Obviously, Sun Lanzi had utilized his full strength in this attack. But even so, Ling Xiao still stood calmly in place. His black clothes fluttered, and the dark patterns on them burned brightly. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand, and the void behind him shattered. 10 ancient swords that flickered with radiance appeared out of thin air, each of them miraculous. The ear-piercing sword hum resounded for thousands of miles, and the wind and clouds changed drastically. Then, Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. The divine light on the 10 swords suddenly flourished, and they directly slashed upward with the momentum to slash through the sky. Around each of the ancient swords, countless strange phenomena were manifested. Time seemed to have frozen, and the sword force that Sun Lanzi had swung out was completely penetrated by Ling Xiao's 3 sword strikes. The remaining 7 swords carried the momentum to slay immortals and gods, and they traversed the vast sea. Sun Lanzi's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to dodge and retreat, he felt the entire void suddenly freeze. Above his head, there seemed to be an ancient formation that descended with a majestic momentum that could suppress heaven and earth. Pucci. As expected, the 7 swords pierced the sky with boundless sharpness and directly tore Sun Lanzi's figure apart, turning him into a rain of blood that sprinkled down. Heaven and earth fell silent. Even Chen He, who was with Professor Xionghuan, had a look of intense shock and fear on his face. With the cultivation of the Venerable Realm, he killed a saint with a wave of his hand. What kind of heavenly talent and domineering momentum was this? One had to know that the gap between the Venerable Realm and the Saint Realm was originally a natural chasm of cultivation. Many people were even trapped in the Venerable Realm for their entire lives and did not dare to easily try to break through the Saint Tribulation. The biggest difference between the two realms was the Saint Runes. People in the Venerable Realm merged with the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and their own spiritual energy was stored in the Dan Sea. The Saint Tribulation, on the other hand, was to temper the physical body and condense the Saint Runes to attach to the Dan Sea, causing the spiritual energy of a cultivator to carry a trace of the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the Dan Sea of a Saint Realm expert who had condensed the Saint Runes was several times more powerful than that of a Venerable Realm expert. As for the 2 Saint Runes, it was a whole new world. In short, the more Saint Runes one had, the more terrifying the power of the great Tao contained in the attack, and the more powerful the spiritual energy stored in the Dan Sea. It was not that a Venerable Realm expert had never killed a Saint Realm expert. However, those who could kill a Saint Realm expert with the cultivation of the Venerable Realm were all true monsters in this world. How was this possible? Who exactly was this young man? With his talent, it was impossible for him to be a nobody. What kind of existence did the Su family invite this time? Boom! Just as everyone was in shock and fear, a terrifying aura suddenly shot into the sky from the depths of the Sky Bandit Alliance's main hall. A black-robed figure quietly appeared in the sky. The spiritual light around him was glaring like the sun, and he revealed an indestructible divine aura. He stood in the sky calmly, but his gaze alone was enough to make one's heart tremble, and they did not dare to look directly at him. "You finally appeared?" Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. There was still a slight smile on his face. Now, it seemed that this person was the true controller behind the Sky Bandit Alliance. Although a third-grade Earth sovereign was not considered the top of the world, it was still a supreme existence in Chaos Burial Ground. However, he did not know what kind of relationship he had with Chu Liunian or Su Shan. "Young man, tell me who you are." The elder looked down at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. He did not care about a supremacy at all. However, he did not act rashly at this moment. After all, Ling Xiao's aura alone was not something that an ordinary ancient clan could nurture. This young man must have a great background. Let me guess. You must have something to do with Su Shan's death back then. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, he already had a vague guess in his heart. If the person who kidnapped Su Shan was really Chu Liunian, then the former's death must have something to do with this elder before him. After all, a hero bandit should not do something as despicable as killing a hostage. The only possibility was that someone had taken a fancy to the Su family's wealth and wanted to take it all for himself. However, Chu Liunian was blessed with providence and did not die. The powerful figures who originally followed him came to Chaos Burial Ground to hide from the Su family's pursuit. However, it now seemed that the wealth that the Su family handed over back then was most likely still in Chu Liunian's hands. Otherwise, he would not have had to change his name and live an ignoble existence. Chapter 1387. Given Chu Liunian's reputation back then, the Su family would be able to find out what he had done with just a little investigation. However, even the Su family would not have thought that the bandits who had kidnapped Su Shan had already parted ways and were on opposing sides. Although Chu Liunian had obtained the treasures, he was not the real culprit behind Su Shan's death. The old man and the 9 bandits should have betrayed Chu Liunian, but did not get what they wanted in the end. It's fine if you don't say anything. I have 1,000 ways to make you speak. The old man in black snorted. The moment he took a step forward, there seemed to be Tao rhymes intertwining around him. Even the fate of the entire world was quietly changing at this moment. Outside his body, the rules fell with dazzling brilliance. He was like a deity that contained the divinity of Avicania. This kind of brilliance was so dazzling that the god thearchs and supremes could only see a sun falling from the sky and covering the figure of the young man in black. In front of an earthly sovereign expert, an exalted realm expert, was nothing more than an ant. Boom! Heaven and earth were overturned, and thousands of Daos were reborn. Thousands of divine scenes appeared in the sky, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. Every ray of light was a terrifying force that could suppress thousands of worlds. This scene was extremely shocking. The people who were originally fighting unconsciously stopped their attacks at this moment and turned to look in the direction of the divine brilliance. However, what surprised Chen He and the rest was that no matter whether it was Xiong Huan, Sherpatian, Phoenix Rouge, or Ning Chuan, there was no trace of panic on their faces. This did not seem to make sense. Their master had been killed, yet these servants were still able to remain so calm and indifferent. Was it because they were determined, or because they had been oppressed enough, or because they had something to rely on? Of course, given Phoenix Rouge and the rest's understanding of Ling Xiao, what could a heavenly supreme do, let alone an earth supreme? How many people in this world could fight against the combat power of those 2 corpse puppets? Boom! Finally, the brilliance dissipated, and the Tao pattern calmed down. Immediately after, there was a series of gasps in front of the hall. The scene of Ling Xiao being crushed on the spot as everyone had expected, did not happen. On the contrary, the black-clothed old man that was boundlessly arrogant earlier was actually held by the neck from behind by a figure that similarly wore a black robe with blood clouds imprinted on it, and he was suspended in midair without moving at all like a dead dog. The Sky Bandit Union's supremacy was also dumbfounded. Just now, he descended from the sky and pressed down with his palm. In his opinion, it was impossible for an exalted realm youth to resist his attack. However, at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and instantly disintegrated his palm attack. Before the earthly sovereign could react, he felt a surge of divine power coming from behind him. Even with his strength, he dared not make the slightest movement. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart almost caused his Tao heart to collapse. Sky Supreme! Moreover, they were two heavenly sovereigns. Gulp. A trace of despair finally appeared on the faces of Chun-He and the others. This was especially true for Elder Su. In their eyes, he was a godlike existence with vast and mighty heavenly might. However, he could not even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Elder Su's head would probably be crushed immediately if that youth gave the order. How could it be? More than 200 years had passed. Why would the Su family suddenly send two sky sovereigns to seek revenge? Moreover, Chu Liunian was the main culprit back then. They had always been hiding in the dark and careful. How did they expose their identities? Actually, it was not that they were not careful enough. It was just that Ling Xiao was too familiar with these schemes. Wherever there was a coincidence, there must be something fishy hidden. Chu Liunian went missing, and the Sky Bandit Union appeared out of nowhere to secretly search for the bandit marshal's whereabouts. Was it reasonable? Of course. Ling Xiao had previously guessed that Chu Liunian was most likely the destined one, so the opportunity back then was most likely with him. However, the destined one itself meant a variable. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao decided to come to the Sky Bandit Union to investigate the situation first before cutting off that leak. Can we talk now? Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked in front of the black-robed old man, smiling faintly. What's there to talk about? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. The old man snorted coldly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao threw a punch at him, instantly shattering all of his teeth. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and that elder's face was almost the color of pig liver. Although this punch was not enough to threaten a supreme being expert, it was still extremely insulting. Did I ask you? Ling Xiao smiled warmly and turned to look at Chun-He and the rest. Does anyone want to talk? If these people could betray Chu Liunian, they could betray anyone. Habitual betrayal referred to. Once a person tasted the sweetness of betrayal, they would break their bottom line again and again, and eventually become slaves to their desires. Not talking? All right. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and waved his hand lightly. Kill. Buzz. Before him, Ancestor Ye's corpse puppet instantly vanished on the spot. When it reappeared, it was directly above the head of one of the Sky Bandit Alliance's commanders. With a punch, it shattered the commander and the space around him into nothingness. His figure quickly appeared behind the next commander. With Ancestor Ye's corpse puppets cultivation, not to mention these Sage and Paragon Realm cultivators, even earthly supremes did not have much room to resist. This one-sided massacre finally broke the hearts of the Sky Bandit Alliance cultivators. I'll talk. One of the pale-faced middle-aged men, whose cultivation was only at the 9th stage Paragon Realm, knelt on the ground with a plop. Behind him, Ancestor Ye's outstretched palm silently froze, and his figure stood in the void without any signs of life. Lu Dawan, how dare you say that I'll... The black-robed elder's eyes narrowed, but before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao punched him again and smashed his lips. He... The black-robed elder's heart was stifled at this moment. However, since this young man did not even know him, it was very likely that he was not from the Sioux clan. He might have come to the Sky Bandit Alliance to investigate the Sioux clan's fortune. Once someone told him that the fortune was not in the Sky Bandit Alliance's hands. Do you think there was any need for them to live? Therefore, sometimes silence could save one's life. When a person lost his value, he would lose his opportunity. What do you want to say? Ling Xiao walked in front of Lu Dalwan, her expression extremely gentle. Young master, back then, Sioux plop. At this moment, Chen He, who was beside Lu Dalwan, suddenly knelt on the ground. Young master, Chin, he is willing to lead the Sky Bandit Alliance to pledge loyalty to you. I hope that you will be magnanimous and spare our lives. Oh, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded slowly. That will depend on whether you can satisfy me. Chapter 1388. What do you want to know? As long as it's something I know, I'll tell you everything. Chin, he propped his head on the ground with a respectful expression. How did Su Shan die back then? And where are the treasures that the Su family handed over? Ling Xiao's gaze was cold. He was not very interested in the Su family's young master. However, the price that the Su family paid back then was the key to Ling Xiao's game of chess. The current Sky Saint Business Alliance was already filled with undercurrents. With the Liu and Hua families' power, there would be a fight for the position of alliance leader sooner or later. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to use this opportunity to pave the way for Su Yan's ascension. Back then, we followed Marshal Chu and captured the Su family's young master, Su Shan. We originally wanted to use this to ask for a large sum of ransom from the Sky Saint Business Alliance. But Chen He's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old man in black with some fear. It was him, Su Luan. He was the one who found us and coerced us into killing Marshal Chu so that we could take the treasures for ourselves. Marshal Chu Liunian. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled lightly. This plot was not much different from what he had guessed. The only difference was that Su Luan's background was more complicated than what Ling Xiao had expected. Where are the treasures? The treasures were taken away by Marshal Chu. Chen He's face darkened, and he was clearly angry. Back then, they had racked their brains to frame Chu Liunian for this matter, and then kill him. This way, they could use the Su family's foundation to live freely. However, they did not expect that Chu Liunian would sense something at the critical moment and hide the treasures in advance. Not only did he escape their pursuit, but he had also completely disappeared without a trace all these years. So the seal in your soul, see, is also Elder Su's doing? Ling Xiao turned to look at Su Luan with a warm smile. In the entire Qing Tsang Empire, those who truly understood the soul seal technique were mostly from the Ghost clan. Although there were some strong cultivators in the human clan who were proficient in the soul Dao, they could not form a soul seal. Otherwise, Chen He and the rest would not have betrayed Su Luan so easily. Humph, brat. So what if you know what happened back then? The Su family's foundation isn't in the Sky Bandits Union. You're just drawing water with a bamboo basket. Su Luan snorted coldly, and his face returned to normal. From the moment he killed Su Shan and allowed Chu Liunian to escape, he knew that he would not let this matter rest. With Chu Liunian's talent and the Su family's foundation, she would step into the first stage of a supreme martial artist sooner or later. At that time, whether it was him, Qin He, and the others, they would all have to face the fury of this bandit commander. Thus, Su Luan ordered Chen He and the rest to establish the Heavenly Bandit Union and recruit disciples without restraint. Firstly, it was to guard against the Su family. Secondly, it was to deal with Chu Liunian. However, Su Luan would never have dreamed that after hiding in the burial zone for 200 years, the one who came was not the Su family or Chu Liunian, but the mysterious young man in front of him. Why do you think that I can't find Chu Liunian? Ling Xiao shook his head and signaled the martial progenitor's corpse puppet to put Su Luan down. Why you found Chu Liunian? Then why are you still? Su Luan's eyes narrowed, and his face was full of confusion. If Ling Xiao was after the Su family's foundation, why did he take the extra step of killing his way into the Heavenly Bandit Union? Why do you think that I want the Su family's foundation? Ling Xiao shook his head again. Although the Su family's foundation was deep, it was not very tempting to the current Ling Xiao. After all, it was impossible for the clan to have a supreme weapon, and Ling Xiao did not lack a divine weapon at all. He wanted these spiritual treasures only because he wanted to plot against the Lu family. What? You. To be honest, Su Wan was really dumbfounded at this point. This young man is not seeking revenge for Chu Liunyuan or the Su family's foundation. Could it be the righteous path? This young man must be an elite of the righteous path. He came here today purely to eradicate evil. Elder Su, you should be from the Su family, right? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before he suddenly asked. Humph. Boss Su, you don't have to be so cautious. I'm here today to give you a great opportunity. Opportunity? Kid, who exactly are you? It doesn't matter who I am, but I can tell you very clearly that I have no relationship with Chu Liunyuan and the Su family. In fact, I have a grudge against them. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. If Su Wan was really from the Su family and set Su Shan up like this, he must have a great grudge against the Su family. Since Ling Xiao wanted to place Su Yan in the Heavenly Saint Business Alliance, he still had to prepare a lot of backup plans. At the very least, he had to be careful about her identity. Of course, if this old man was not proficient in the Tao of Souls, Ling Xiao would not even need to talk to him. He would just search him directly. Grudge? Then why are you? Elder Su, my patience is limited. Tell me your identity, and we might still have a chance to talk. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and a cold aura circulated around him. An invisible force fell from the sky, and Wu Zu's figure reappeared behind Su Wan. He raised his hand again and held Su Wan in midair. Su Wan's lips trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth. Yes, I'm from the Su family, and I'm from the direct line of descent. But back then, the current head of the Su family, Su Buqian, deliberately set up my family members in order to fight for the position of the head of the family. He forced my family members into a desperate situation, and countless of them died. My family members had no choice but to retreat to a dangerous place in the lower realm. Oh, retreat to the lower realm? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. The lower realm that Elder Su is talking about, can it be the world of dead souls? Huh. How did you know? If that's the case, then I have a way to let Elder Su's family regain the position of the head of the Su family. Moreover, you might even be able to become the leader of the Heavenly Saint Alliance. Ling Xiao smiled evilly. As a direct line of descent, Su Wan and the rest must have a high status in the Su family. If Su Buqian had managed the Su family well in the past 200 years, even if Su Wan returned to the Su family, he would not be able to escape death. However, this head of the Su family not only failed to lead the family to glory, but also caused the family to lose all its heritage and become the last of the three ancient families a laughingstock. The ancestors of the Su family must have missed Su Wan's lineage very much. If, now, that Su Wan's lineage had a peerless genius, at least the position of the head of the family would be within his reach. What, you? Actually, the conflict between me and the Su family is mainly because of the current head of the Su family. I once heard that a direct line of descent of the Su family had wandered to the lower realm. I was going to look for him, but I didn't expect. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and then continued, Elder Su, if you want revenge, I can give you a chance. But you must submit to me. Submit to you? Seeing the evil look on Ling Xiao's face, Su Wan suddenly understood. How can I believe you? Elder Su, do you have any other choice? Ling Xiao's expression was calm and his smile was sincere. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold. I called you Elder Su because of my temperament. I have always respected the old and loved the young. But if you really think that I can't kill the young master of the Sioux family without you, then you can die now. Chapter 1389. W.H. What? Sul Wan's body trembled, especially when he felt the sudden surge of supreme power behind him. His face turned pale immediately. Open your spiritual soul and be my soul's slave or die. Ling Shao did not hesitate at all. Thousands of soul inscriptions suddenly bloomed in his eyes. They were as mysterious as the deep sea of stars. Buzz! Sul Wan felt his soul sea tremble. At this time, he did not know whether to resist or obey. In the end, Ling Shao planted a soul seal in him. Plant a soul seal in their soul seas. Ling Shao looked indifferent. He turned his head and looked at the countless figures standing in front of the hall. Kill the rest. Yes, Xiong Huan and the others bowed, while Ling Shao walked down the mountain. From today onwards, the Sky Bandits Alliance will be renamed as the Supreme Celestial Palace. Sul Wan, I give you 1 year to unify the zone of mass graves. After 1 year, I will help you return to the Sioux family. Don't worry. I will order a heavenly sovereign to secretly assist you. Yes, Master. Sul Wan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not dare to have the slightest objection. Suddenly, the Sky Bandits Alliance was filled with murderous cries. Those who did not have a soul seal were killed on the spot by Xiong Huan and the others. At the foot of the barren mountain, Ling Shao stood with his hands behind his back until there were several sounds of wind behind him. Ling Shao waved his hand and put Ning Chuan, Phoenix Rouge, and the others into the realm. At this time, he left Ancestor Yi in the zone of mass graves to deal with the heavenly sovereigns hiding in the dark. With Sul Wan's scheming means, 1 year should be enough for him to unify the zone of mass graves and become the master of the zone. At that time, the world of souls would be completely opened. What Ling Shao wanted to do was not only to let Sul Wan and Su Yan return to the Sioux family together, but also to have the entire Sioux family line the streets to welcome them. Yes, Su Yan was not a member of the Sioux family, but Sul Wan was a legitimate member of the Sioux family. If the two of them returned together, no one would doubt Su Yan's identity. As for how to get the entire Sioux family to line the streets to welcome them, believe me, the Sioux family has no choice. Although the Chaos Burial region was a chaotic region, its location could be said to be excellent. Now, although Ling Shao had many people of destiny following him, they still needed time to grow. Moreover, when the war began, there would eventually be people who would be sacrificed. Therefore, Ling Shao needed a sect to be his strength in conquering this world. There would be a day when the Supreme Divine Palace would resound throughout the azure sky continent and become the center of attention. Bandit Commander Chu Lianyan, I wonder what level your cultivation has reached after 200 years. Ling Shao smiled and looked down at the identity token that Sul Wan had just given him. His eyes were cold and gloomy. At this point, he had already received Yinyu's voice transmission, saying that Chu Lianyan and Zhang Juji had headed to the northwest of the Chaos Burial region, to a desolate valley near the Adversity Sea. According to Ling Zhao's guess, it was very likely that Chu Lianyan's real treasure was hidden there. Given Chu Lianyan's character, he would definitely not carry such a treasure with him. This was because once his identity was exposed, he would no longer have anything to rely on. The only way was to hide the treasure elsewhere. Even if they were captured, they would still be able to advance and retreat freely. They could be soft or hard. At the same time, at the shore of the Adversity Sea, Chu Lianyan stood in front of a desolate valley. Behind him, Zhang Juji frowned slightly. He was clearly puzzled as to why Brother Chu had brought him here. Brother Chu, this is Brother Juji. We hit it off at first sight. Now, in this azure sky continent, you are the only person I can trust. Chu Lianyan's voice was calm and filled with vicissitudes. Brother Chu, actually, Brother Juji, you don't have to say anything. I believe in my own judgment. Chu Liuyan smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhang Jiuji. Actually, I have a blood feud with the Heavenly Bandit Alliance. Before I met you, I had always been hesitant. But now, as long as I don't destroy the Heavenly Bandit Alliance, my Dao heart will always be flawed. As a result, my cultivation has been unable to break through. Brother Chu! Actually, I was originally the Azure Sky Bandit Commander. My companions betrayed me 200 years ago, and I ended up in this state that is neither human nor ghost. In this valley, there are countless numinous treasures that I hid. Brother Joji, I need you to promise me something. Chu Liuyan took a deep breath, and his face was solemn. The current Heavenly Bandit Alliance was already flourishing by the day. If he continued to hesitate, it would be very difficult for him to have the chance to kill his enemy. Back then, Chen He and the rest's betrayal caused Chu Liuyan to lose his dignity as a bandit commander. Now, this group of former followers had established a force that was flourishing. His whereabouts would be discovered sooner or later. Originally, Chu Liuyan was worried that the Su family's heritage would fall into Chen He's hands if he failed. He was indignant. However, Zhang Jiuji's appearance gave him a bold idea. If he died in the Heavenly Bandit Alliance in the end, Zhang Jiuji could fulfill his dying wish. In any case, these numinous treasures definitely could not fall into the hands of those traitors. Of course, if he could kill Chen He and the rest, he would send their heads and the treasures back to the Su family to make up for the guilt in his heart. Brother Chu, tell me, as long as I can do it, I'll do it. Zhang Jiuji was silent for a moment before nodding. This feeling of being trusted made him extremely touched. This was especially so when he roughly guessed that this bandit commander most likely knew his identity from Chu Liuyan's words. I'll tell you how to open this treasure later. If I die, take all these numinous treasures away and help me pass them to the Heavenly Saint Business Alliance's Su family. If I can return safely, I'll do this personally. Chu Liuyan sighed softly. In the past 200 years, it was not that he had not thought of returning these numinous treasures to the Su family. However, not to mention whether the Su family would believe him. Just the risk of this trip was not something that Chu Liuyan could bear. All these years, he vaguely felt that there was definitely a traitor in the Su family who colluded with Chen He. He had to get to the bottom of this matter and find the real culprit who killed Su Shan. Only then could he give the Su family and himself an explanation. Heavenly Saint Business Alliance? The Su family? Zhang Jiuji focused his eyes, and a beautiful face instantly appeared in his mind. Hua Mingxi. If this senior sister didn't purposely frame him back then, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. Although he didn't know what grudges Chu Liuyan had with the Su family, if he could have some interactions with the Su family and slowly plot, he might be able to expose Hua Mingxi's hypocrisy. Jiuji, can you do it? Brother Chu, I swear on my Dao heart that I won't let you down. Zhang Jiuji nodded. Compared to the fortune of the numinous treasures, what he wanted now was to destroy Hua Mingxi's reputation. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. This is my natal talisman. Once there are any changes, immediately take the treasures and leave. Don't delay. Chu Liuyan handed Zhang Jiuji a golden talisman and walked into the valley first. Follow me. Chapter 1390. 1. Fog shrouded the desolate valley. Two figures entered the valley one after another and headed deep into the valley. Zhang Jiuji was confused when Chu Liuyan stopped in his tracks. There was a 1,000-foot cliff in front of them. Even with Zhang Jiuji's cultivation, he could not see anything wrong with it. On the other hand, Chu Liuyan smiled as he changed his hand seal and pressed his palm against the cliff. Boom! Instantly, a clamorous noise arose abruptly, and then the limestone wall actually split open from the middle to reveal a dark and narrow ancient path. Remember the path that I brought you. I set up a maze in this valley. You'll get lost if you take the wrong path. You've seen how to open this cliff. Chu Liuyan turned to look at Zhang Juji before walking into the cave. However, Zhang Juji's eyes widened the moment he walked into the cave. At this moment, he could see that behind the narrow cave entrance was actually a cave dwelling that occupied an area of 300 meters. What shocked Zhang Juji even more was that the cave was densely filled with spirit treasures and spirit materials. Countless spirit stones were piled up like a mountain and emitted a glaring light. This is more than half of the Su family's foundation. Chu Liuyan's voice was calm, and he was not surprised by Zhang Juji's reaction. The three ancient clans of the Sky Saint Business Alliance were the wealthiest clans in the Azure world. Back then, the Su family used up all their foundation to redeem young Master Su Shan, but they only managed to retrieve Su Shan's corpse. It was easy to imagine how much the Su family's patriarchs hated Su Buqian. This was a rare opportunity in Ling Zhao's eyes. More than half of the Su family's foundation. Zhang Juji's mouth opened slightly and greed flashed in his eyes. If he could obtain these treasures, he would not have to worry about anything. He could just find a place to enter seclusion, and he would probably be able to cultivate to the first stage of a supremacy. In the blink of an eye, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Juji's face. What's wrong with me? How could he have such shameless thoughts? Since Brother Chu trusts me so much, and I've made a vow with my Tao heart, if I really betray you, what's the difference between me and a true devil? 9 extremities, remember our agreement. Chu Liuyan turned around and looked deeply at Zhang Juji before patting his shoulder. Brother Chu, don't worry. The 9 extremes will definitely abide by the agreement and wait for Brother Chu's return. Zhang Juji's voice was solemn, but his eyes had already regained their clarity. But just as he finished his sentence, a sword shadow suddenly pierced through the air and slashed toward Chu Liuyan. Before Zhang Juji could react, the ancient sword was already covered in a bloody glow, and a murderous aura surged. No matter how fast Chu Liuyan's reaction was, one of his arms was still chopped off, and he pathetically retreated a few feet. Zhang Juji, what are you doing? Chu Liuyan lowered his head and looked at the broken arm on the floor in a daze. Brother Chu! Zhang Juji's lips trembled, but he didn't know how to explain. If I tell him now that I didn't do it and that the sword slashed out on its own, do you think he'll believe me? But before Zhang Juji could speak, the 9 Suns Pagoda lit up with a brilliant, bloody aura again and slashed down from the sky. It was like the Netherworld River's natural chasm that dropped thousands of ghosts. Zhang Juji! Chu Liuyan's eyes were wide open as his holy aura surged into the sky. His figure actually strangely disappeared on the spot and appeared on the other side of the cave. When Bandit Commander Chu Liuyan roamed the Qing Empire, he relied on the divine traversing Tao to run rampant. His combat strength might not be the best in the same cultivation level, but his evasion and escape techniques were 1 in a million. At this point, Chu Liuyan's expression was extremely indignant. He couldn't figure out why this little brother, whom he regretted not having met earlier, actually dared to go against his Tao heart oath and attack him. Could it be that the temptation of the Su family's foundation is so irresistible? First, it was Chun He and the rest. Now it's Zhang Juji. All of them actually betrayed me because of this. Chu! Zhang Juji clenched his teeth and knew that any further explanation would be futile. He immediately sent a voice transmission through his divine sense. Inyu, what are you doing? Quickly stop. Juji, I'm doing this for your own good. As long as you kill Chu Liuyan, all these treasures and spiritual materials will be yours. In this case, why do you still need to go through so much trouble to search for your destiny? Inyu's voice was rather calm. After all, her current actions were all instructed by Ling Xiao. Her goal was naturally to break the karmic connection between these 2 people of destiny and prevent any unexpected changes. Inyu, how is this different from an evil demon's behavior? Zhang Juji, Swear to the heavens that I won't become a demon in this life." Zhang Juji looked as if he had gone mad. For a moment earlier, he was indeed greedy. However, in the end, he wasn't a despicable person. Everyone had desires, and the difference between good and evil was whether one could suppress this desire or how to express it. A gentleman's desire for wealth was justified, but he still took it. Ha ha ha, won't become a demon. What a good, won't become a demon. Zhang Juji, are you drawing a clear line between us? Fine. Since you said so, then don't beg me to bring you to treasure hunt in the future. Yin Yu scoffed. According to Ling Zhao's instructions, she only needed to make Zhang Juji and Chu Liunian break off their relationship. Her master would take care of the rest. Why, Senior Yin Yu, that's not what I meant. Zhang Juji's lips trembled, and he suddenly felt lost. Now, the entire Qingsong knew that he was the Sky Demon's general, and everyone had the right to kill him. In fact, back then, Yin Yu didn't hesitate to expose her identity and killed a bunch of elites of the Orthodox, Dao in front of everyone to save him. Even though the current him had perseverance, there was still a flaw in his heart. Clang! The ancient sword that was emitting a bloody glow suddenly fell from the sky and was caught by Zhang Juji. Humph, it's your choice to kill or leave. After Yin Yu finished speaking, there was no more sound. On the other hand, Zhang Juji looked dazedly at Chu Liunian, who had a stern look in his eyes and swallowed hard. What the F***, CK? I want to leave, but can I leave? Zhang Juji, to think that I trusted you so much, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You didn't hesitate to shatter your Dao heart's oath just to scheme for the opportunity. Fine, let's settle this once and for all today. Chu Liunian shouted angrily as he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Zhang Juji furiously. Gradually, his figure seemed to merge with the void and actually disappeared strangely. Today, he definitely couldn't let Zhang Juji leave alive. Otherwise, his plan would be completely destroyed. Shameless. Chu Liunian really didn't expect that someone would dare to gamble with their Dao heart. He had to admit that he had underestimated the desires of people. Senior, save me! Zhang Juji exclaimed, and his face instantly turned pale when he sensed the unparalleled killing intent in front of him. How could he, a supremacy, be a match for a sage? In the face of life and death, moral resolve didn't seem so important. Chapter 1391. Wang. Blood patterns suddenly appeared outside Zhang Juji's body. It was like a formation that spanned 100 feet and formed its own universe. The moment Chu Liunian stepped into this area, he suddenly felt his body sink and he reappeared. However, this mystic heavy territory was executed by Yin Yu, so it was naturally easy to kill a sage. However, Yin Yu seemed to have steeled her heart to ignore Zhang Juji and did not respond for a long time. Given Zhang Juji's abilities, it was clearly a little difficult for him to trap Chu Liunian. Boom! Chu Liunian reached out with one hand, and the divine pattern gathered in his palm. He actually broke through the void and pressed it against Zhang Juji's chest. Oh no! Zhang Juji's expression changed drastically as 9 blood suns rose above his head and suppressed the world. However, just as the blood suns touched Chu Liunian's palm, Zhang Juji still flew backward and landed at the entrance of the cave. Chu Liunian was also forced back a few steps, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Taking this opportunity, Zhang Juji did not dare to hesitate anymore as he turned and frantically fled out of the valley. At this point, his heart was undoubtedly filled with resentment. What the hell is going on? He finally found a good brother that he liked and was willing to believe in him, but they actually fell out just like that. Of course, although he was angry about Yin Yu's actions, he did not have much resentment. After all, she was thinking for him. This was the difference between the Orthodox and the devil. Devil cultivators only cared about themselves and did everything for their abilities without any worries. There was no reason not to take the opportunity that came knocking on one's door. However, Zhang Jiuji still had a bottom line and was unwilling to give up. But now, it seemed like women were troublesome. You can be angry if you want, but you should at least look at the situation. If he had not executed the mystic heavy territory earlier and caught Chu Liunyun off guard, that palm would have been enough to send him to the afterlife. Beep. The son of destiny, Zhang Jiuji, has severed ties with the sons of destiny. Congratulations to the host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Beep. The son of destiny, Chu Liunyun, has self-doubt and his Tao heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Above the valley, Ling Zhao's eyes were indifferent as he looked down at the fog beneath his feet. Before Yin entered the valley, she had already informed him of her whereabouts. In order not to arouse Zhang Jiuji's suspicions, he had ordered Yin to put on an act and force the treasure-seeking mouse to leave. Before that, Ling Xiao had already placed the reincarnation mark near the valley. The 5 treasures of the reincarnation heavenly abode appeared. Although Ling Xiao had already obtained the myriad weapon Tao repository, the remaining 4 treasures had yet to be unearthed. With Ling Xiao's identity, it would be difficult for him to find the 4 hidden treasures. However, Zhang Jiuji was different. Not only did he possess a shocking amount of luck, but his physique was also extremely special. Wherever the good fortune saint body went, good fortune would follow. Otherwise, why would Chu Liunyun trust him so easily? Don't ask. If you do, it will be fate and creation. With him secretly searching for these 4 treasures, it saved Ling Xiao a lot of time and trouble. Moreover, the current him had an extreme thirst for strength. Therefore, this heavy responsibility would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort in his hands. With this thought, a smile suddenly appeared on Ling Zhao's face. The moment he took a step forward, his figure immediately disappeared into the heavy fog. Senior Inu, where are we going next? In the ancient forest, Zhang Jiuji laughed bitterly, and his tone was extremely humble. He had no choice. Apart from Inu, he could no longer count on anyone else. Although there were some differences between the 2 of them earlier, Zhang Jiuji had no choice but to coax her. Senior, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I still can't accept this kind of method. Give me some time, and I believe I'll definitely become an emotionless cultivation idiot. Senior, can you talk to me for a while? Are your injuries better now? I'll listen to you in the future, okay? Humph. In the end, amidst Zhang Jiuji's pleas, Inu suddenly snorted coldly and appeared out of thin air. Senior, you're finally willing to show yourself. Zhang Jiuji was agitated. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have unknowingly become somewhat dependent on this woman. At the very least, without her, the current Zhang Jiuji would definitely be very lost. Senior, you're the lighthouse that guides me on the path of immortality. If there's one more time, I'll definitely not care about you anymore. Yin Yu's tone was cold as she turned to look in the direction of the valley. Yes, Senior, I won't do it again. Zhang Jiuji sighed softly in his heart. Why do I feel like I'm really no different from an evil demon now? I don't care anymore. Since the world insults me, I'll use supreme killing to reach the top of the world and prove my innocence. As for Chu Liunyun, anyway, the person who killed him was not me, but Senior Inu. This is not considered a violation of the Tao Heart Oath. Brother Chu, thank you for your love, but I'm not worthy. Senior, where are we going now? Actually, I have a creation in my hand that's enough for you to reach the top of the world, but you've really disappointed me. Inu shook her head, and her small body exuded a gloomy aura. Reach the top of the world? Senior, Zhang Jiuji's eyes trembled. He suddenly bowed to Inu. Senior, I swear on my Tao heart that I'll listen to all your orders in the future. I won't let you down again." At this moment, Zhang Juji had already made up his mind. As long as he was not sentimental, he would not have a heart demon. In this way, the people he killed were all stepping stones on the path of cultivation. How could there be a distinction between righteous and evil? You'd better remember what you said. Senior, the creation you mentioned, you should have heard of the Reincarnation Divine Palace, right? All the cultivators on the path of immortality had more or less heard of this force, especially the Reincarnation Divine Palace. Although the Reincarnation Divine Palace was slightly weaker than the human Emperor Xianyuan, his strength could be said to be unparalleled in the human race. He kowtowed to the heavens with his human body, severed his own reincarnation, created the great Tao of reincarnation, and transcended both immortals and demons. Although this ancient powerhouse disappeared in the end, his mighty name still shocked the heavens. In fact, there were many rumors in the world that the reason the immortals did not dare to destroy the human race back then was because the Reincarnation Divine Palace did not die. He was just trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Once he broke free from the shackles one day, it was very likely that the 9 heavens would undergo another revolution. The great emperor of the human realm was already the limit. However, only those who had truly reached the great emperor realm would understand that the true path of immortality was beyond the great emperor realm. What? The Reincarnation Divine Palace? Senior, you mean you know where this ancient ruin is? Zhang Jioji's face was faintly red with excitement. With his talent, if he could really obtain the creation of the Reincarnation Divine Palace, he would definitely be able to soar 90,000 miles and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun and the moon. Chapter 1392. I don't know. Yin Yu shook her head, instantly extinguishing Zhang Jioji's desire. You don't know? You have been at the top of the world for thousands of years, but you don't know where the sect ruins are. It seems like the reincarnation sect is really mysterious. A sinister look flashed across Zhang Juji's eyes as he spoke sadly. However, I know a few inheritances left behind by the master of reincarnation. What? Zhang Juji was stunned, and his eyes flashed with excitement again. This kind of up and down rhythm was truly unstoppable and hard to control. Senior, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. There's no hurry. These few mystic realms are connected. We have to take an item first before we can search for it. Yin Yu's eyes flashed with evilness as she turned to look at the place where Ling Xiao had sent her a voice transmission. Let's go. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Several mystic realms. Upon hearing that, Zhang Juji's body trembled, and he almost couldn't suppress the pleasure in his heart. His originally disappointed mood surged with boundless fighting spirit again. What's there to say? Destiny is with me. At the same time in the barren valley, Chu Liuyan looked at the broken arm on the ground with a gloomy expression. He hesitated slightly, but didn't chase after Zhang Juji in the end. At this point, he was more or less worried that this young man had companions behind him. Once he fell for the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain, the treasure in the cave would fall into someone else's hands. But once he thought of how his sincere feelings were actually betrayed, one could imagine the grief and indignation in Chu Liuyan's heart. The world was stupid and believed in rumors. But now it seemed like there was something fishy going on. He had long heard that Zhang Juji was in cahoots with evil demons and was the Sky Demon's general, who was cruel and unscrupulous. However, when he saw that blood-soaked figure fighting bravely and protecting the weak back then, he still believed him from the bottom of his heart. Besides, if Zhang Juji was really the Sky Demon's general, why would he end up in the burial ground? It was just that Chu Liuyan would never have imagined that this bastard actually hid so well. From the looks of it now, perhaps everything he did back then was just an act. I can't leave the treasure here anymore. Chu Liuyan took a deep breath in and raised his hand to keep the treasure in the cave. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. Chu Lianyan was taken aback, and a tinge of wariness flashed across his eyes. Could it be that Zhang Juji had returned? However, just as Chu Lianyan's body was glowing and the Tao pattern was condensing, a handsome young man with a gentle expression suddenly walked into the cave. His eyes were calm and chilly, causing others to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. It was utterly impossible to arouse the slightest bit of hostility, and he gave off the feeling of an elegant young master that was peerlessly warm. "You, who are you?" Chu Lianyan paused and said with a serious expression, "Brother Chu, it's an honor to meet you." Ling Xiao raised his head and sized up the numinous treasure in the cave. Although with the foundation in his hands, ordinary treasures could hardly catch his eye. However, the creation's spiritual items in the cave were still a little surprising, worthy of being one of the 3 great ancient clans of the Sky Saint Business Alliance. Even if the Su family had declined, such a foundation was still not something that ordinary clans could compare to. "You know me? Who are you? How did you find this place?" Chu Lianyan frowned slightly, and the uneasiness in his heart intensified. "Other than me, no one else knows about this secret treasure. Oh, there's also Zhang Juji. Could it be that this person is the bastard's helper? Who I am is not important. I'm here today for 2 things." Ling Xiao smiled warmly and looked at Chu Lianyan without the slightest ripple in his eyes. 3rd stage saint, 12,000 points of providence, and dual Tao, laws of Shen Xing and Umbra. Other than that, this person actually had a sacred body, the shadowless sacred body. Just by looking at the name, one would know that this sacred body's prowess should lie in the art of concealment. The title of Bandit Commander was well-deserved. First, I plan to fulfill Brother Chu's last wish and return these numinous treasures to the Su family. Ling Xiao smiled. He had heard the conversation between Chu Lianyan and Zhang Juji earlier. It was obvious that what happened back then was a flaw in this destined person's Tao heart. Even after 200 years, his cultivation level had only broken through by 1 stage, which was comparable to Qin He's. The only way to make up for his Tao heart was to kill his enemy and return the numinous treasures. At least to Chu Lianyan, it was a form of relief. What? Last wish? Chu Lianyan's eyes narrowed. This person doesn't come with good intentions. The second thing is, even though I like to help others, I've helped you so much. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Ling Xiao's gaze was crafty. At this point, he obviously wasn't talking nonsense with Chu Lianyan. Instead, he secretly used the ancient universe formation to envelop the entire cave. This shadowless, sacred body was treacherous, and it could escape if one wasn't careful. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. Ling? You're the Ling people's person? Chu Lianyan's expression changed drastically. Even though he was hidden in the burial ground, he still had a deep fear of the Taigu Ling people. However, at this point, he simply couldn't figure out how exactly he had offended this Ling people's person. What do you want? Don't worry. I'm not interested in numinous treasures. I just want to borrow Brother Chu's head. Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly. He didn't give Chu Lianyan a chance to speak at all. The moment he waved his hand, a black figure instantly stepped across the sky and came over. Wang! Heaven and earth suddenly distorted. Chu Lianyan didn't hesitate at all. The moment the Tao pattern appeared outside his body, his figure directly disappeared from the spot. Bam! However, just as he was about to escape the cave, his entire body was blocked by an array force. Behind him, Wu Zu's eyes were empty as he punched out. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly and walked to the pile of numinous treasures. He kept the 4 holy swords and the 10 highest grade numinous treasures in his cosmic ring. He then put the remaining numinous treasures into another cosmic bag before turning to look at Chu Lianyan. At this point, in front of a heavenly supreme, this bandit leader couldn't be said to have no resistance at all. He could only be said to be an ant. Following the martial ancestor's punch, the entire space shattered. Chu Liunian's figure directly materialized in the void as he spat out blood and smashed into the rock wall. Just the aftershock of the punch alone crushed his physical body, and his flesh and blood were badly mangled. Ling Xiao lifted his feet and walked to Chu Liunian. He extended 2 fingers and directly cut off Chu Liunian's head. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Luck Plunder Talisman, plundering 12,000 luck points and 12,000 villain points from the Son of Destiny. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadowless Sacred Constitution, God's Dao Law and Dark Shadow Dao Law. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny. You have obtained an additional reward. Destiny Forging 1%, total 64%. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny. You have obtained 2 chances of perfecting the Dao Law. God's Dao Law, Dark Shadow Dao Law perfected. Ling Xiao said lightly as he turned and walked out of the cave. Chapter 1393. Chaos Burial Zone, Heavenly Bandit Alliance. The Heavenly Bandit Alliance was no longer as noisy as before. Su Luan, Chen He, and the others stood in the hall, looking at a figure in awe. You may leave. Elder Su, stay. Ling Xiao waved his hand and dismissed the Heavenly Bandit Alliance's commanders. Su Luan had already planted a soul seal on Qin He and the remaining commanders. They were considered to be Ling Xiao's soul slaves, so there was no possibility of them betraying him. Master. Su Luan bowed, but Ling Xiao reached out and threw him a cosmic bag. This is the bargaining chip for your return to the Su family. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The Su family's foundation and Chu Liunian's head. What? Even someone as calm as Supreme Sulwan could not help but be astounded. He had searched for Chu Liunian for 200 years, but he could not find any trace of this bandit commander. He did not expect young master to kill Chu Liunian in just a few days. When the time is right, you can take this gift and return to the Su clan. Also, I will choose a heaven's favorite from the world of souls for you. She will replace Suyu. Before that, you will stay in the burial zone and get rid of everyone who disobeys you. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Only Su Luan stared at the cosmic bag in his hand and did not say anything. Now it seemed that submitting to young master was not wrong. At the very least, he had no chance of winning against Su Buqian with his strength. However, as young master said, when the time was right, he would return this foundation to the Su family and offer Chu Liunian's head. Those old fools in the Su family would probably be overjoyed. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Su Buqian, just you wait. Heavenly Palace, Realm. Ling Xiao's original body was still at the peak of Sword Tower, undergoing the divine tribulation. Furthermore, it seemed that he would not wake up in a short time. Qingtsang was in chaos now, and the various clans were fighting nonstop. Even the Buddhist sacred grounds had begun to have some sneaky people appear, trying to find out the secrets of Buddhism. In short, the originally stable situation had been completely overturned. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. During these few months, Ling Xiao did not appear in the azure firmament continent again. Whether it was Xianyuan Weiyang, Yaoguang, Ningchuan, or the others, they were all in closed-door cultivation and had not come out. In the past year, a young barbarian king had suddenly risen in the barbarian north. With a sweeping momentum, he had unified the extreme north. There were faint signs that the extreme north was out of the control of the Xianyuan people. As for the extreme south demon region, there were also endless disputes. The war between the Lightning Dragon clan and the Celestial Wolf clan had caused the annihilation of dozens of demon clans, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. At the same time, some ancient immortal sects that were truly hidden from the world appeared one after another. One of the sects, the Xiaoyao Celestial Palace, even sent out a descendant to challenge the Qing sect. Rumor has it that out of the top 10 talents, 6 of them have lost to him. His fame was unparalleled. Others, such as the Black Water Great Lake and the Lonely Mountain Forbidden Land, all had their disciples appear in the world, conquering the world. Furthermore, there were rumors in the world that when the world was in chaos, the path to immortality would descend in the mortal world. And if the people of this generation could reach the peak of the path to immortality, they might have the opportunity to ascend. No one in the world knew where this rumor originated from, but just the word immortal was enough to cause chaos in the world. In the realm Lord Temple, Shuexian stood in front of the temple with his hands behind his back, overlooking the world. On that fair and handsome face, not a single ripple could be seen. It was calm and deep. However, compared to a year ago, there was an additional wisp of great Tao holy will on his body now. It was compatible with the weather, and every move of his contained mysteries. Behind him, Lu Xinghe stood quietly with a solemn expression. This year, the Qing sect was in chaos. Although he saw it, he could not do anything. The realm lord had disappeared, and even the other 6 palace masters were nowhere to be found. The current realm Lord Temple could no longer be compared to 300 years ago. At the very least, the realm Lord Temple no longer had the power to control the situation in the Qing sect alone after losing the most powerful person. Furthermore, once the realm Lord Temple took action to suppress the chaos, it might lead to the opposite effect. It would cause all the sects to join forces and completely overthrow the realm lord's rule. Elder Lu, have there been any changes in the ghost race? Shuexian's voice was clear, like a quiet spring in a valley, making people feel comfortable. No, only the ghost race has not made any moves in the 4 extremes. Lu Xinghe shook his head. Although he did not know why the young lord was so concerned about the ghost race, there must be something hidden. Not making any moves may not be a good thing. Shuexian looked into the distance with a leisurely aura. This year, not only did the ghost race not make any moves, but even the successor of the Ling people and his many followers were silent. Only the sky demon occasionally appeared in various places, but his immortal demon ancient bell never rang. Somehow, Shuexian had a premonition. Has there been any movement from the Ling people? Young lord, no. Ever since Ling Xiao and the Ling people killed Qingyang, the successor of the Shadow Soul Palace, they have been staying in the clan and have not appeared. Lu Xinghe frowned and sighed. Now that the realm lord was not here, the 7 palaces were without a leader. With Shuexian's identity, it was difficult to make the other 6 palace masters submit. However, Qing Yang's actions were really disgraceful and had damaged the reputation of the Realm Lord Palace. His death was not regrettable. I have a feeling that Ling Xiao seems to be plotting something big. From the beginning, Shuexian had suspected Ling Xiao's identity. However, no matter how he secretly investigated, he could not find any flaws. However, the more it was like this, the more Shuexian felt that this young man was hiding a big secret. Young lord, you worry too much. No matter what the Ling people are plotting, with your talent, as long as you cultivate steadily and step into the heavenly supreme realm, you can regain control of the situation. With the immortal demon ancient bell in hand, who in the Azure continent can be your match? Lu Xinghe shook his head with a smile, his eyes full of respect. When Shuexian broke through to the Saint Realm, the divine tribulation lasted for an entire month. Who in the Azure continent could bear such heavenly might? In other words, not many people in history could endure a divine tribulation for 30 days. And those people were the true overlords of their era. With Shuexian's strength, no one in the current generation could be her match. We can't be careless. How about this? You send a message to the Shadow Soul Palace. Since they have caused such a scandal, they have to do something for me. Shuexian frowned slightly, and her red lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. There should be a spy from the Shadow Soul Palace in the Immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty, right? Send someone to lure Gu Chaoxiai to a lower realm and kill her. What? Young lord, that Gu Chaoxi. I know. If Ling Xiao doesn't appear, I will feel uneasy. Remember, this lower realm must not have anything to do with the Realm Lord Palace. With that, Shuexian did not say anything else. She turned around and walked toward the palace behind her. Since Ling Xiao dared to kill the successor of the Shadow Soul Palace, he had obviously broken the peace between the two forces. In this chaotic world, only one force could rule the world. Chapter 1394. Young Lord Lu Xinghe stood in place and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and walked out of the hall. As everyone knew, Gu Chaoxiai was the only flaw that Ling Xiao, the young master of the Ling people, revealed. In other words, Shuexian's action was not to kill Gu Chaoxiai. Instead, it was to lure Ling Xiao out. In other words, it was to test his bottom line. Now that the successor of the Ling people had suddenly disappeared, it was indeed unsettling. However, the young lord's action was equivalent to completely opposing the Ling people. Although the World Lord Palace and the Ling people were on opposing sides, it was still too risky. Of course, even though Lu Xinghe was a 7th grade Heavenly Supreme, he was still inferior to Shuexian in terms of temperament and strategy. Given the young lord's shrewdness, how could he not know the danger of this action? However, the biggest possibility for Ling Xiao's disappearance was that he was in seclusion to make a breakthrough. Even though the Ling people had a strong foundation, the World Lord Palace had still dominated the Azure world for 100,000 years. No one dared to challenge them. Although the World Lord had disappeared, for supreme power like the Ling people, it was still a kind of deterrence. For 100,000 years, the Ling people's only variable was Ling Xiao. If Gu Chaoxiai was really his flaw, regardless of whether he was in seclusion or not, he would definitely come out of seclusion when he learned that she was in danger. In that case, his Tao heart would definitely be broken, and it would be difficult for him to build a supreme foundation. Moreover, people would often lose their rationality when they were in a rage. If Ling Xiao was really related to the Sky Demon, perhaps he would reveal some real flaws because of this. However, if he did not do anything, the loyal and righteous image that he had built before would be destroyed. His reputation would be damaged, and all that would be left would be hypocrisy. Shuexian would also be able to know if this seemingly gentle and upright youth was hiding another face. Of course, the biggest risk of this action was that the Ling people would definitely investigate this matter. Therefore, he ordered the Shadow Soul Palace to do this. Even if the Ling people dared to start an immortal war between the two forces, the World Lord Palace would not be criticized. Qingyang's action was indeed unfaithful. However, the competition for treasures and fortune in the immortal path depended on one's own abilities. Ling Xiao killing Azure Sun was a little too overbearing. The Shadow Soul Palace used this opportunity to cause trouble. Although they had some sinister intentions, it was perfectly justifiable. As for Gu Chaoxiai, in these 2 years, this immortal Phoenix Empress seemed to have been investigating the whereabouts of the Realm Lord. It was obvious that her intentions were not simple. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, it could be considered as cutting off one of his arms. Moreover, it was said that Gu Chaoxiai had now re-entered the Saint Realm, and her cultivation was even stronger than before. This was a threat. Although it was not as terrifying as Ling Xiao's, when the two of them stood together, it would still cause others to feel jealous. In the world of great battles, all sorts of monstrous geniuses appeared in large numbers, climbing to the top of the world at an inconceivable speed. Whether it was Gu Chaoxiai, Ling Xiao, or the Buddhist Arhot, Long Yuan Shangtian, and the others, they all had the talent to crush their generation. However, in these 100,000 years, these people were all born in the same era. It could only be said that troubled times had arrived. Ling Xiao, this time, I want to see how you choose. It was only when Lu Xinghe's figure disappeared that Shuexian stopped and turned his head to look. However, at this moment his eyes were clearly flickering with a strange, icy blue color. It was as if he could foresee the future, alternating and evolving, and 10,000 Daos returning to one. The red spider lily blooms for 100,000 years. Half of it is an immortal, the other half 3 days later. In the immortal phoenix ancient dynasty, Gu Chaoxiai was wearing a red imperial robe. She sat upright in the main hall, graceful and noble. However, on her flawless face, there was a rare trace of exhaustion. So it is very likely that the Realm Lord is hiding in the lower realm. Your Majesty, according to my investigation, this is indeed the case. However, the lower realm is heavily guarded, and it is very difficult to set foot there. In front of the main hall, a graceful figure bowed and said with a calm face, "Where?" Gu Chaoxiai frowned slightly. With Luo Yan's strength, normal guards would not be able to stop her at all. Could it be that someone was deliberately guarding the entrance to prevent the Realm Lord's whereabouts from being exposed? At the border of the Cloudwater boundary where the Longevity Lin family is located. The Longevity Lin family. Gu Chaoxiai nodded slightly. She had a look of realization. This Longevity family had always been on good terms with the Realm Lord's palace. This was reasonable. This matter is of great importance. Not a single bit of information can be leaked. You. Forget it. This emperor will go personally. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Yan bowed slightly and followed Gu Chaoxiai towards the Cloudwater boundary. During this year, although she had not seen Ling Xiao, she had always secretly helped him investigate the Realm Lord's whereabouts. Now that there was finally news, Gu Chaoxiai would naturally not let it go so easily. After a day, the two traveled south and finally arrived at the Cloudwater boundary. Your Majesty, this is the place. Luo Yan raised her finger and pointed at a void formation in the distance. Her expression was also somewhat serious. Luo Yan, go and lure away those guards. I will go down to the lower realm to investigate. According to the rules of the great Tao of the Azure Boundary, in the lower realm, the heavenly luck could only support people of the Saint Realm at most. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the great Tao suppression one would have to endure. Luo Yan's cultivation was several levels higher than Gu Chaoxiai's. Therefore, if she set the boundary, it would lead to an even greater phenomenon. If the Realm Lord was really hiding in this boundary, then his cultivation would definitely not surpass the Supreme Realm. Of course, this was only an ordinary situation. In the 9 heavens, 10 earths, there was no lack of powerful figures with heavenly methods. They could go against the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Gu Chaoxiai's trip was actually extremely dangerous. Even if the Realm Lord's cultivation had fallen, he was still the former overlord of the Azure Boundary. His cultivation surpassed the Emperor realm. Gu Chaoxiai was simply too insignificant in front of him. However, this opportunity was extremely rare. As long as they found the Realm Lord's whereabouts, Ling Xiao could send experts of the Ling people to kill him. In this way, there would be no one in the entire Azure Boundary who would dare to become enemies with the Ling people. At that time, regardless of whether Ling Xiao was a god or a demon, he would still be able to control the world alone. As for their child, he would be able to shine as brightly as the sun and the moon, and live as long as the world. No one would dare to call him a demon seed. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Yan nodded lightly, and then she immediately flashed towards the grand formation. Soon, there was a sudden clamor in front of the formation. Immediately after, the sound of surging spiritual power could be heard. Gu Chaoxiai's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her beautiful face was immediately filled with a wisp of immortal glow. As for her figure, she hid in the darkness and disappeared from where she stood, until a strange fluctuation quietly came from the void formation. Only then did a bright smile appear on Luo Yan's face. Then she stretched out her jade-like hand and pushed back the experts of the Lin family in front of her. Immediately, she fled into the distance. My lord! In the barren mountain and ancient forest, Luo Yen took out a voice transmission talisman and spoke respectfully. Did you succeed? Gu Chaoxiai has already descended to the lower realm. She didn't suspect anything. My lord, don't worry. I was brought up by Gu Chaoxiai. I swore on my Tao heart that I would never betray her. She didn't suspect me. Luo Yan's eyes were cold, and there was no fluctuation in them. Her identity was originally a spy by Gu Chaoxiai's side. Although she didn't know who the person who sent her a voice transmission talisman was, she still remembered that she had been in the lower realm for a long time. Since a long time ago, these people had obeyed her lord's orders and swore loyalty to her. Very good. Now you can go and Ling people. Yes. Luo Yen lowered her head and looked at the spirit talisman in her hand. Suddenly, a spiritual light bloomed in her palm and instantly burned it into nothingness. No matter. Today, whether or not the young master of the Ling people would come out of seclusion, Luo Yen was afraid that it would be difficult for her to escape death. This was her destiny, a chess piece, a death servant dying for her lord. This was the thought that had been instilled in her since she was young. Chapter 1395. Young Lord. Divine light flashed in front of the Realm Lord Palace. Lu Xinghe bowed slightly to the figure sitting cross-legged in front of the palace. Have you arranged everything? Xue Xian was dressed in white. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. Above his head, there was a long cloud covered by purple clouds. The celestial shadow of the deification palace was indescribably wonderful. Shadow Soul Palace sent news that Gu Chaoxiai has entered the lower world under the Lin family's control. There are a few forces controlled by Shadow Soul Palace in that realm. There are at least 10,000 people there. Gu Chaoxiai probably won't be able to escape this time. Lu Xinghe's tone was serious. He felt that this was too risky. What else did Shadow Soul Palace say? They also said, don't worry, young lord. We don't know who these spies belong to. They are all dead servants who have been fed by Shadow Soul Palace all year round. That's right. Ask Shadow Soul Palace to put down an image recording stone. I want to see the battle power of the Ling people's young lord with my own eyes. Xue Xian said indifferently. Her eyes were cold, and she was actually looking forward to it. She naturally knew about the immortal path. However, this rumor wasn't groundless. In fact, there had been many strange people with divine emperor bloodlines who had buried and sealed themselves in order to wait for a fortuitous encounter on the immortal path. They only wanted to awaken and fight for it when it appeared. Compared to the other sequences and talents in the Azure continent, Xue Xian was more worried about Ling Xiao and Gu Chaoxiai. As long as one of them was injured or killed this time, her spies wouldn't have died in vain. Yes, Lu Xinghe bowed and left, leaving Xue Xian standing alone in front of the palace. There was an inexplicable, deep look on his face. Although the battle for the Heavens world was a competition of the foundations and powerful cultivators of the various sects, those with comparable foundations still needed some schemes. Since the variable of the Ling people was Ling Xiao, then, as long as this variable was removed or destroyed, the Ling people's providence would also decline. After 100,000 years of planning, there were now spies of the Realm Lord Palace everywhere in the Azure continent. This was the truly terrifying part of a divine sovereign justice sect. Of course, Xue Xian understood that there might be spies from other powers in the Realm Lord's palace. After all, decay always came from the inside out. The real reason why the Taigu Ling people had never appeared in the world for the past 100,000 years was to ensure that there were no spies in their clan. This was where the hidden sects of the Azure continent were weighing their options. A chess piece hidden in the dark could often play the role of turning the situation around. Not to mention, it had been 100,000 years. Even a chess piece of the God Emperor in the past could have reached the supreme realm by now. It was true that strength was the foundation that determined the structure of the world, but how many people had truly relied on their own strength to suppress an entire generation? At the same time, in the deity battlefield, a stream of light descended from the sky, instantly attracting the attention of several demon guards. Trespassers die. My lord, I am Luo Yen, the personal attendant of Empress Gu Chaoxiai of the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty. I have an important matter to discuss with Master Ling Xiao. Luo Yan's face was filled with anxiety, her aura was weak, and even her body was covered with wounds. The personal attendant of the Empress? The group of black demon guards' expressions turned serious as they kept their halberds. Why are you looking for the young master? Everyone in the Azure continent knew about Gu Chaoxiai. Whether it was Ling Xiao killing the Holy Spirit Crown Prince or fighting the deity and martial sages for her, this empress's name had spread far and wide. During the trip to the Dao Tian Academy, the two of them had climbed the heavenly stairway to the top. This had overturned everyone's understanding of the great Dao's ruthlessness. It could be said that Gu Chaoxiai was not representing the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty, but the young masters. This matter is of great importance. Under the orders of the Empress, I can only report to Master Ling Xiao. Luo Yen clenched her silver teeth, her eyes filled with despair. Oh, what matter can only be reported to the young master? Just as the black demon guards were at their wits' end, Ling Yuanqing's figure suddenly stepped on the air and stood in front of Luo Yen with his hands behind his back. At this moment, although he did not emit any aura, there was a kind of domineering aura that could suppress the world. Old ancestor, I am also acting under orders. This matter involves the secrets of the Empress and the young master. If there is any delay, the Empress's life will be in danger. Luo Yen clenched her silver teeth and suppressed the fear in her heart. Facing a heavenly sovereign with her cultivation level, she did not dare to disobey. However, this chess game was specially set up for Ling Xiao and Gu Chaoxiai. If Ling Xiao did not enter the game, her task would not be considered complete. Danger to his life? Ling Yuanqing frowned slightly. If it was a normal matter, he would not allow anyone to disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. However, Gu Chaoxiai was different. She was Ling Xiao's fiancée that he had announced to the world. The young master's various actions also indicated that the Empress Immortal Phoenix had a different position in his heart. If what the lady said was true, then this matter involved the young master's secrets. It would be inappropriate for him to ask. Moreover, Ling Yuanqing believed that a mere Immortal Phoenix servant would not have the guts to lie. The young master is in seclusion. I can bring you there, but whether he can hear your request is not up to me. Ling Yuanqing said indifferently, then turned and walked toward the central divine mountain. Luo Yen immediately bowed and chased after him. When the two of them landed on the central divine mountain, Ling Yuanqing stood in front of the main hall and said loudly, "Young master," praising the Empress' personal servant, Luo Yen, has an important matter to discuss. The silence lasted for a while. Ling Yuanqing shook his head and smiled. He turned and said to Luo Yen, "As you can see, the young master has been in seclusion for some time. I am afraid that he has already sealed off his consciousness. If Miss Luo Yen is worried, you can tell me the matter. Perhaps it can solve the urgent matter." This, Luo Yan's eyes trembled slightly. In the end, she shook her head and said, "Old ancestor, this matter concerns the Empress's secrets. Since the young master is unwilling to meet me, I will take my leave." Wait, however. Just as Luo Yen turned and was about to fly into the distance, the tightly shut doors of the ancient hall opened with a loud bang. A figure dressed in black, with an unparalleled celestial appearance, walked out. There was a warm and gentle smile on her face. "Luo Yan? Master Ling Xiao." Luo Yan's eyes narrowed. Even though she was a third-grade saint, she still felt frightened and terrified when she saw the young man in front of her, especially his eyes. There seemed to be thousands of divine runes intertwined in them. Wherever his gaze landed, Taoist rhymes would appear and the world would lose its color. Wisps of chaotic mist rose from the bottom of his feet and evolved into endless auspicious signs. He stood there like a heaven-defying immortal. It made one's heart tremble and not dare to look at him directly. It was too terrifying. Even praising the Empress, the current generation's sequence, did not give Luo Yan such pressure. "Speak. Why are you looking for me?" Ling Zhao's eyes were indifferent, and there was a hint of a smile in them. Luo Yan directly knelt on the ground with a plop and cried out loudly, "I beg the young master to save the Empress!" Boom! The wind and clouds within thousands of miles suddenly gathered. The world was dark, and there was a faint, lightning punishment falling down from the mountains. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold. Thousands of divine runes appeared around him. Countless divine runes stepped on the peak of the sky and bowed down to him. "Speak. What is going on?" Chapter 1396. This, Luo Yan glanced at Ling Yuanqing with some vigilance, and Ling Xiao immediately understood and waved his hand to take her into his realm. Looking at the world that was full of Taoist rhymes and spiritual vigor, Luo Yan's eyes narrowed. She was even more afraid of Ling Xiao. "Tell me." Ling Xiao stood on top of the sky palace with his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sky. At this time, the divine shadow of the sword palace and the thunderclouds of the holy tribulation had already disappeared. It was obvious that he had completely entered the sage realm. 81 days, 99, 81 saint runes. In other words, Ling Xiao had already awakened from the holy tribulation a few months ago. It was not that his physical body could not withstand the power of the holy tribulation, but that the will of heaven and earth in the tribulation lightning had been completely devoured by him. Not to mention that no one had ever done such a thing before, even in the 9 heavens. He was the only one in the world. A supreme foundation. 9 was the number of extremes. It contained the great path of evolution. The number of double nines was the only one since ancient times. Ling Xiao had already reached the limit of all living things to pass through the holy tribulation. No one could last longer than him. In these few months, Ling Xiao had also used the holy tribulation lightning to refine his physical body's spiritual energy. To put it bluntly, the current Ling Xiao was flawless. In the 9 heavens, who could stand side by side with me for 1 billion years. When the cycle of reincarnation is chaotic, I dare to ask the devil to change the sky. "Young master," early this morning, the Empress suddenly received a secret report. It said that she found traces of the realm master in the lower realm. She immediately set off. But who knew that there were actually countless evil spirits suppressed in the lower realm? When they saw the Empress, they wanted to capture her without saying anything. They even said that they wanted to Luo Yan bit her red lips with a face full of embarrassment. She knew that to Ling Xiao, Gu Chaoxiai was a taboo. Once someone coveted her beauty, it would definitely attract the true anger of the Ling people's young master. Ji Ying and Shi Haoyan were the ironclad proof. What? Hearing this, a wisp of rage instantly appeared on Ling Zhao's face. In a radius of 5,000 kilometers, thunderclouds pressed down, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. It was as if the entire world could not bear the might of his anger. "Young master, please hurry over. Everything the Empress has done is for your sake." Luo Yan kowtowed and did not get up for a long time, until a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Luo Yan looked up blankly, only to see that Ling Zhao's figure had already appeared in front of her. "I'm very curious. How did you escape from that dangerous lower realm?" At this moment, Ling Zhao's face inexplicably carried a trace of a gentle smile. However, he was clearly smiling, but it made Luo Yan's hair stand on end. Young master, what do you mean?" Luo Yan was trying to protect the Empress. That's why she desperately ran out to seek, help from young lord. Really? I'll give you a chance. Tell me exactly who ordered you to do this. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently. Before Luo Yan could react, a formation intent suddenly pressed down from above her head, directly imprisoning her on the spot. This was Ling Xiao's domain, and there were many things he had set up there. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation level, even if someone at the peak of the saint stage rashly stepped in, they would only be at his mercy. Long before Luo Yan came to Ling people, Ling Xiao had already received Gui Ying's voice transmission, explaining the whole story to him. However, with Gui Ying's cultivation level, he naturally did not dare to rashly descend to the lower realm, much less leave the entrance to the lower realm. Therefore, although he guessed that Luo Yan was up to something, he did not see the scene of her voice transmission. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had been waiting in the great hall for Luo Yan to come and perform. Of course, since she dared to come, she was confident that she would not expose the person behind the scenes. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not touch her soul sea at all, to avoid killing her on the spot. At this moment, he had imprisoned Luo Yan's spirit power and divine soul. Even if she wanted to kill herself, she could not do so. Young master, Luo Yan does not know what you are talking about. Young master, please quickly go to the Cloudwater region and save my empress. Luo Yan's eyes were filled with fear, but she still clenched her teeth and refused to speak. Of course, I will save my fiancée. However, before I save her, don't you have anything to say to me? Ling Xiao nodded slightly, grabbed Luo Yan's neck, and headed towards the depths of the domain. With Gu Chaosi Ai's luck, if someone could kill her in a lower realm, it meant that the realm master might really be hiding there. Ling Xiao could somewhat guess Luo Yan's origin. She might be from the realm master's palace or Shadow Soul Palace. Other than that, Ling Xiao did not believe that anyone would dare to attack her. It was obvious that while he was in seclusion, someone had already started to miss him. Since Gu Chaosi was the flaw that he had placed in front of everyone, Ling Xiao had naturally expected such a trap. The reason why he had ordered Gui Ying to guard the entrance to the lower realm was to see if he could meet more suspicious people, or rather, to see the Lin family's attitude and understand the relationship between the two forces. Young master, although the Empress and I are master and servant, we are as close as sisters. I once swore on my Tao heart that I would never betray her. If you do not believe me, you can confront the Empress face to face, or I am willing to die to prove my sincerity. Young master, you can personally check my soul sea memories. Luo Yan wailed in pain. However, other than opening her mouth to speak, she could not even move her limbs. I'm just worried that Chaozi is too soft-hearted and can't bear to kill you. So let me be the bad guy. As for soul searching, I may not be a good person, but I'm not a demon either. I can't do such a cruel thing. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A mere chess piece dared to play mind games with him. Just as Ling Xiao had guessed, if he touched Luo Yan's soul sea slightly, this chess piece would die instantly. To die requires courage, but to live requires even greater courage. In this world, there would always be people who wanted to die. However, for the sins they had committed, death was the lightest punishment. Young master! At this moment, Luo Yan was truly terrified and helpless. In particular, the coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes made her feel an indescribable fear. When the two figures descended from the sky, Han Zhan and the others immediately stood up and bowed in front of the Hall of Medicine. Greetings, master. Put her into the elixir fire spiritual formation and feed her the heart-addicting pill. Give her the antidote on time. I will give you 2 days to pry open her mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao took a deep look at Han Zhan. Given this chosen one's understanding of spiritual materials, he must know very well what kind of medicine could make one wish for death. Luo Yen was very stubborn, but in her heart, her only way out was to die. However, she could not die now. There would be a moment when her mind would collapse. Looking at the figures that were bound to the iron pillars at the edge of the great formation to serve as the spiritual source of the formation, looking at their shriveled bodies and dim and lifeless eyes, Luo Yen felt her body tremble and her mind almost crumble. Young master. No. If you remember anything, you can tell me at any time. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Then he disappeared from the spot. A traitor deserved the fate of a traitor, since someone wanted to lure him out and force him to make a move. Ling Xiao did not mind going with the flow and fulfilling their wish. The king did not meet the king because the time was not right. However, there could only be one king. Ning Chuan, come with me. Boom! The entire sacred battle domain was shaken. Countless demon guards wearing black armor and holding heavy halberds followed closely behind Ling Xiao and stepped onto the ancient warship above them. Immediately, the ancient warship was filled with killing intent that shook the heavens and shattered the heavens. It was moving rapidly toward the Cloudwater region. Chapter 1397. Look, what's that? The entire Azure Sky world was in an uproar. Countless experts from the ancient sects and clans walked out of their palaces and looked up at the sky. At the end of their line of sight, a black figure that was 1,000 feet tall was flying past them rapidly. It's the mysterious heavenly ancient ship of the Taigu Ling people. Hiss! Looks like another sect is going to be unlucky. Countless cultivators stood there in shock and mumbled to themselves. There was nothing but fear in their eyes. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood at the bow of the ancient ship with his hands behind his back and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. Although he had not appeared in the world for almost a year, he knew everything that had happened in the Azure Sky world. The current world was in chaos. Many sects and clans had appeared in the world to fight for the opportunity of heaven and earth. As for the immortal path, Ling Xiao had also heard of it. It was said that once the immortal path was opened, it would be a true sign of chaos. The people of the current generation would step on the immortal path and fight all the way. Those who could reach the end would obtain the opportunity to become an immortal. This temptation was irresistible to anyone. However, Ling Xiao somehow smelled a hint of conspiracy in this immortal path. The immortal path was a chaotic world, and monsters killed each other. In the end, countless sects lost their legacies just for an illusory opportunity to become an immortal. In this case, who would be the one to obtain the opportunity in this chaotic world? Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and calm. The sovereign of heaven would always have the means to eliminate all variables. Sometimes an opportunity could completely end a chaotic world. Boom! In the end, the mysterious heavenly ancient ship fell from the sky and directly crushed an ancient mountain at the border of the Cloudwater world. At this moment, at the entrance of the lower world, the Lin family's elders looked at each other with their mouths slightly open. They were clearly panicking. Why did the Ling people's ship suddenly visit the Cloudwater world? Buzz! Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the void. A black-robed figure stepped out of the ancient ship. Clouds rose around him, and his aura was extraordinary. The sage stage elders bowed in fear. This is Ling people Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He landed in front of the Lin family experts and looked up at the ancient array that connected to the lower world. Previously, Spirit Shadow had already sent a voice transmission to tell him about the reactions of the Lin family members. It could be seen that the members of the Lin family were also surprised by Gu Chaoxiai's sudden descent. Clearly, this game of chess had nothing to do with the Lin family. Hiss, it's actually young Masterling people. May I know why the young lord is here? The elders of the Lin family looked at each other. They had just received a message from a disciple saying that someone had trespassed into the Lin family's lower realm. However, the saint stage expert they had sent out had yet to return. Apparently, something was happening in the realm of Hanyang. However, In the lower realm, the heavenly Tao order could only bear the cultivation of the saint realm. Supreme being powerhouses did not dare to rashly enter, lest they cause the heavenly Tao to collapse. Therefore, they could only stay here and try to find out the truth. My fiancé has been tricked into entering the lower realm. Everyone, before I return, I hope the Lin family can give me a reasonable explanation. Although it was not the Lin family who had lured Gu Chaoxiai into the lower realm, the Lin family was in the Lin family's territory. The lower realm was within the Lin family's territory. The hidden chess piece was more or less related to the Lin family, since there were people who wanted to see Ling Zhao's attitude. Ling Xiao might as well let them see it clearly. No one was allowed to touch Gu Chaoxiai. Anyone who dared to touch her would have to be prepared to be destroyed. In this way, Ling Zhao's flaw would be confirmed again. What? Young lord, do you mean that the one who sneaked into the lower realm was Empress Gu? The elders of the Lin family changed their expressions. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. If something really happened to Gu Chaoxiai in the lower realm of the Lin family would have to bear the responsibility. Those below the Supreme Being level, follow me into the lower realm. Those above the Supreme Being level, guard this array well. Kill anyone who comes close. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The moment he took a step forward, his figure disappeared from the spot. Behind him, 20,000 black jade guards stepped forward at the same time. Except for the two commanders, the rest turned into a black flood and followed Ling Xiao into the array. Buzz! Instantly, heaven and earth buzzed. Murderous intent rose. Endless black clouds covered the land. There was not a trace of light. We're doomed. Someone must have deliberately framed the Lin family. Quick, report to the clan leader and find the elder in charge of this lower realm. Third elder, the elder in charge of this lower realm, seems to have gone down just now. What? Damn it, the Lin family is in danger. Third elder Lin then looked up at the sky and sighed. His eyes were full of bitterness. Ling Zhao's domineering nature was known to everyone in Qingcang. Also, as long as it was related to Gu Chaozi, there was no way to go back. Lin Nan and the others could only pray that Gu Chaoxiai was safe and sound. Otherwise, if she were to suffer even the slightest injury, the Lin family would face a calamity. Let's go back to the clan. Lin Nan pondered. His face was unprecedentedly serious. Someone had to bear the consequences of this matter in order to appease Ling Zhao's anger. There must be something wrong with the elder in charge of this lower realm. Now that he had stepped into the lower realm, he most likely would not be able to come back. If the Lin family wanted to preserve their heritage, they would have to find a scapegoat. Boom! The realm of Hanyang was originally an insignificant lower realm under the Lin family's control. There were many sects and clans that depended on the Lin family. Anyone who had reached the peak of the saint stage would be accepted by the Lin family and put in important positions. However, today, an uninvited guest had suddenly appeared in this peaceful lower realm. Following that, as promised, countless sect leaders, elders, and disciples blocked his path to the immortal platform and killed him with all their might. Gu Chaoxiai was wearing a red robe. She looked indifferent. That peerless celestial face was cold and gloomy for some reason. Behind her, a pair of phoenix wings covered the sky. The feathers were distinct and contained an unparalleled demonic aura. On the other hand, her eyes actually strangely revealed a strand of azure radiance, and she was like a primeval greater demon that was coiled with chaotic mist. However, her aura was weak. There was even a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was pitiful. Under her feet, corpses piled up like a mountain. It looked like hell on earth. However, compared to the figure standing in the void, it was still not worth mentioning. Countless people stood in front of the immortal platform, surrounding Gu Chaoxiai. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 10,000 people. There were a few old figures in front of the crowd. They were surrounded by holy will. Clearly, They were the top cultivators in this lower realm. By now, Gu Chaoxiai had guessed that Luo Yan had most likely betrayed her. This assassination had been planned for a long time. As soon as she stepped out of the ancient array, she was attacked. Fortunately, Gu Chaoxiai was now a saint stage cultivator. She also had the dragon phoenix Fate Qi protecting her. Even so, she was still heavily injured and was on the verge of death. Chapter 1398. Little girl, stop resisting. In order to kill you, I even dug out my ancestor. Today you must die. In the sky, 9 figures surrounded Gu Chaoxiai, trapping her on the mountain peak. All 9 of them had a wisp of holy will on them. The weakest among them was a second-grade saint. Of course, their holy will couldn't be compared to Gu Chaoxiai's. Most of them were fake saints who relied on pills and spiritual treasures to strengthen their divine trials. Originally, it was difficult to create so many saints with the spiritual qi in the lower world. And these people were the servants and pawns of Shadow Soul Palace, hidden in the lower world all year round. You don't deserve it. Gu Chaoxiai's tone was indifferent. Her imperial robe fluttered, and her eyes flickered with green light. There seemed to be the shadows of dragons and phoenixes flying. With the strength of these 9 saints, it was impossible for them to kill her. However, she was caught off guard and was besieged by the crowd, causing her to suffer heavy injuries. And the remaining exalts were like desperados. They didn't care at all. Therefore, Gu Chaoxiai was really at the end of the road in this battle. Haha, let's see how long you can be so stubborn. One of the gray-haired elders smiled faintly and waved his hand. Behind him, countless wisps of spiritual qi bloomed in the sky. Then, like moths to a flame, they rushed toward Gu Chaoxiai angrily. Seeing this, Gu Chaoxiai's beautiful eyes turned cold. Multicolored light splashed around her. Wisps of chaotic qi filled the sky as if the world had been reopened. And she stepped forward. Holding the ancient sword in her hand, she slashed down. Buzz. There was a sudden buzz. The sword slashed down, splashing a path of blood. Gu Chaoxiai was strong, but there were too many of them. Hundreds of exalts and divine emperors rushed over from all directions. They waved their spiritual treasures and smashed down. Boom! Boom! Countless wisps of spiritual qi bloomed in the sky like a sea of stars. Some exalts even chose to destroy their own bodies and souls in an attempt to injure Gu Chaoxiai. Pucci. In the end, the phoenix image outside Gu Chaoxiai's body was shattered, and she retreated 100 feet away. Blood flowed from her mouth onto her emperor's robe, dyeing it black. However, before she could even rest for a moment, countless figures flashed over from the horizon once more, and they completely drowned her figure with the aura of death. Only the 9 Saint Realm experts did not make a move from the beginning to the end. They only looked at the sea of blood and bones with sinister eyes. There was no trace of pity on their faces. Obviously, they knew that killing Gu Chaoxiai with the strength of the 9 of them was no different from a fool's dream. However, even someone at the pinnacle of the saint stage would quickly run out of spiritual power, and it would be difficult for them to resist. Time passed slowly. Corpses were piled high in front of the immortal platform. Gu Chaoxiai's aura was extremely weak. Although there was no trace of panic in her eyes, there was a trace of unwillingness. Little girl, do you still want to resist? Could it be that you want to kill the entire lower realm? The 9 Saint Realm experts shook their heads and smiled, but there was fear in their eyes. If it were them, they would have been severely injured and killed in the first attack. However, Gu Chaoxiai had endured 3 attacks and killed nearly 1,000 cultivators. Gu Chaoxiai ignored the 9's mockery. Her eyes suddenly flashed with determination. The dragon and phoenix images around her suddenly dispersed, and an indescribably terrifying demonic aura quietly swept over. Blue mist rose into the sky as if it had been blown over from ancient times, and it contained the indescribable aura of heaven and earth. Gu Chaoxiai's figure began to shine with dazzling light. Her hair and eyes shone with supreme divinity. Vast immortal aura was awakened. An entire realm of Hanyang exploded with astonishing spiritual power. Chirp! Suddenly, a loud and clear phoenix cry came from the mist. A phoenix image that was 100 feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was an immortal phoenix covered in blue feathers. It was pure, and every feather on its body was surrounded by dense spiritual light. Shocking blood, qi, surged to the 9 heavens like a sea of blood. The 9 Saint Realm experts' expressions changed, and they felt their spiritual power show signs of freezing. It was too terrifying. Not to mention the lower realm, there are no phoenixes even in the Azure continent. However, the blue phoenix in front of them seemed to have descended from the primordial age, and its entire body was indescribably domineering. She spread her wings and covered thousands of miles of the sky. Countless ordinary people only saw the dark sky and the huge phoenix soaring into the sky. There was nothing but fear in their eyes. Many cultivators knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if they had seen a miracle. Oh no! Attack! The 9 Saint Realm experts' eyes trembled. Sacred artifacts appeared in their hands, and then they used all their spiritual power to attack the immortal phoenix. The mountains and seas were all shattered. The 9 Saint Realm experts' power was unimaginable. Even a trace of their power was enough to shatter people's minds and make them tremble uncontrollably. Gu Chaoxiai let out a cry, flapped her wings, and rushed toward the entrance of the upper realm. A foul wind and spiritual power rose together. Endless Taoist rhymes formed the sun, moon, and stars and swept across the entire realm. But with Gu Chaoxiai's current realm, she was unable to support the formation of this demon body, and she was already at the end of her rope. Therefore, the moment the 9 sacred artifacts came crashing down, layers of blood mist bloomed on her body. Even so, the moment she flapped her wings, a huge amount of divine power came crashing down and the void shattered. The 9 sacred artifacts let out a mournful cry and shattered in the sky. Pucci! The 9 Saint Realm experts' bodies trembled, and the shock in their eyes grew stronger. A few of them with lower realms were severely injured, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Gu Chaoxiai's figure fell to the ground and returned to human form. Her hair was messy, but it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. She stood up slowly and her eyes were stubborn, but there was a trace of helplessness. A cool breeze blew, and her red robe fluttered. What was reflected in her eyes was a determined and gentle face. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. I failed to keep my promise this time. Gu Chaoxiai's spiritual power had dissipated, and even the demon core in her body was a little dim. She stepped on the sea of corpses, and her figure was graceful and determined. Even though she had lost, she was still unruly and unruly. We can't wait any longer, Elder Chen. The 9 saints took a deep breath. The mockery on their faces had long disappeared, and it was replaced by fear from the bottom of their hearts. A Saint Realm woman had killed thousands of exalted realm and emperor gods, and she still had the strength to fight against 9 saints. How domineering was this? If she was given a little time to breathe, the outcome of today's battle would be hard to predict. Sigh. A heavy sigh suddenly came from the depths of the void. In the next moment, a golden handprint formed in the sky and covered the sky, and it came crashing down with the power to destroy the heavens. Divine runes circled around the handprint, and it was as if a sun had descended from the sky, suppressing everything. Chapter 1399. The heavens collapsed, and the mountains and seas were overturned. 100 Zhang-long divine seal swept across the heavens and earth like an abyss, swallowing all things. Gu Chaoxiai's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be the evolution of an era, and the stars of the heavens were born. At this moment, She could feel that the person who attacked was an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm. He had faintly touched the threshold of the Supreme Realm. If she was at her peak and used the great Tao of chaos, the Blue Phoenix's true body might not be defeated. However, at this moment, all the spiritual energy in her body had been exhausted. It was difficult for her to struggle. She could only watch as the palm fell and annihilated the mountains. "My child, I may not be able to wait until you are born, but I will definitely not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm." Gu Chaoxiai closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, the primal chaos appeared around her. Vaguely, the shadow of a world condensed above her head. It wanted to destroy this world and disappear. But at this moment, an ear-piercing buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant heavens. Immediately after, a wave of coldness fell from the heavens, like a meteor falling from the 9 heavens. Gu Chaoxiai suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her head and looked at the end of the sea of clouds. There, an ancient bronze sword seemed to fall from the primordial chaos. It pierced through the heavens and earth and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, Gu Chaoxiai smiled. Her jade-like hand covered her red lips. Tears rose in her eyes. Above the void, the expressions of the 9 Saint Realm experts changed. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Even their bodies could not help but tremble. Behind the ancient bronze sword, hundreds of sword shadows were like a flood. They went against the immortal ancient realm. Above each ancient sword, endless holy will lingered. The rhythm of the Tao was leisurely. Each of them had their own wonders. It was as if a great wall of sword chi separated the ancient era and cut through time. It was unimaginable. Hundreds of holy swords slashed down at the same time. Perhaps even a Supreme Realm expert would find it difficult to block the sharpness. It was like a dream. It made people mistakenly think that there were hundreds of sword immortals descending from the heavens and earth. Unparalleled sword power cut through the universe, neatly cutting the entire sky. The golden palm print in the end did not land. It was directly cut into pieces by the sword intent flood. It turned into flowing light that scattered down. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked at the end of the heavens. At first, there were only clouds and mist without any ripples. Then, the clouds were torn apart and boundless multicolored light burst forth. They saw a young man, dressed in black, walking down from the sky. His body was bright, but it made people feel an indescribable chill, fear that came from the depths of their bones. He was like a great demon who had stepped into the ancient times and floated in the 6 realms. The eyes of the 9 Saint Realm experts suddenly narrowed. Their mouths opened slightly, and their breaths could only go in but not out. They simply could not imagine that the sword just now was swung by a youth. Moreover, looking at his appearance and bone structure, he was at most 24 or 25 years old. However, his body gave off an aura that seemed to be in harmony with the heavens and the earth, as if he was above the heavens. Even old Chin, a 9th grade Saint Realm expert, was terrified and didn't dare to act rashly. Even though he had cultivated for thousands of years, he had never felt such a feeling before. However, the heavenly Tao of the realm of Hanyang didn't allow supreme cultivators to come here. Who was this young man? Heaven and earth were silent. Only the young man was walking on clouds. The sea of stars under his feet was resplendent, making him look like a demon god. In the end, he descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Chaoxiai. His eyes trembled, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Ling Xiao could see that there were piles of blood and bones under Gu Chaoxiai's feet. According to Ling Xiao's prediction, even if he didn't show up today, these pseudo-saints in front of him wouldn't be able to kill Gu Chaoxiai. Breaking through at the brink of death and awakening a new talent was something that only the heavens could do. Moreover, Gu Chaoxiai now had the immortal Phoenix ancient bloodline, but she hadn't comprehended the innate ability of the Phoenix clan, and this deadlock might be an opportunity for her. "Why are you so disobedient? Is this a dangerous place for you to come? After saying that, before Gu Chaoxiai could speak, he had already reached out his hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Do I have to bring a rope to wrap around your waist and bring you wherever I go? Only then will you be safer. Humph. Gu Chaoxiai pursed her red lips, but the mist in her eyes became more and more turbulent. She couldn't remember how many times Ling Xiao had appeared in front of her in such an unparalleled manner. It seemed that every time she was in trouble, he would be able to rush over, regardless of whether they were separated by mountains or seas. He seemed to have the ability to hear her inner cries. Beep. The destined girl is moved and unable to control her emotions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was clearly moved but still stubborn, Ling Xiao sighed softly and hugged her in his arms. He whispered softly in her ear, Gu Chaoxiai, my heart will ache if you do this. Ling Xiao, Gu Chaoxiai's delicate body trembled. Sniffing the scent in his hair, her originally tense heart suddenly relaxed. I'm sorry. Between you and me, there's no need to say these things. Just don't be willful in the future. Ling Xiao shook his head and used his arm to hold Gu Chaoxiai's jade-like legs. Immediately, the latter cried out in surprise and hugged his neck with both hands. Ling Xiao, wife, if there comes a day when your husband has the entire world as my enemy, you'll also fight side by side with me, won't you? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly clenched his other hand. Instantly, the reincarnation devil blade appeared in his hand. Divine radiance flowed on the blade, and lightning ran, just like a god's precious weapon. I don't want to. At this moment, Gu Chaoxiai seemed to be sitting in Ling Xiao's arms. Her legs were hanging down, and her beautiful face was blushing. She lowered her head and looked at the handsome face that was close to her. Her red lips were lightly pursed, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Looks like your husband still needs to prepare a rope to tie you firmly to my waist. Ling Xiao smiled brightly and looked up at the sky. Ling people, young master, you are finally here. The 9 saints looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with a touch of gloominess. Ling Xiao had just cut open the sky with his sword and shocked the world. However, this was the realm of Hanyang. No matter how powerful these 2 people were, how could they fight against 10,000 people? Elder Qin, since young master is here, then we can only send young master to his death. Saint Chen humphed coldly. He suppressed the fear in his heart and suddenly raised his hand. Countless disciples behind him looked serious, and their eyes were filled with the desire to die. They shouted together, Send young master to his death. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and laughed. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Kill. Hearing Ling Xiao shout, the 9 saints froze. Then, as if they had sensed something, they looked up at the sky. There, countless people in black armor stepped out of the ancient array. They were orderly and majestic like statues, holding their black halberds tightly in their hands. In fact, the number of them was even greater than the number of disciples behind the 9 saints. Moreover, the weakest among them was at the honorable stage, and the 8 people who were leading them were at the saint stage. Originally, the 10 leaders of the Black Demon Guards were all saints. Now that a year had passed, 2 of them had become earthly sovereigns. Among the remaining 8, 2 were at the peak of the saint realm. This combat strength was enough to defeat many forces in the Azure continent. Moreover, these demon guards had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every move they made was purely a killing force. How could some pawns be compared to them? This is... Boom! The black torrent stepped down from the sky. The dancing black halberds were like demonic suns that destroyed the heavens. Ling Xiao stepped out. He held Gu Chaoxiai in his arms and raised the demonic blade in his hand.